welcome everyone to session 4 of Dire Rolls.
Yeah!
Alright, so, before we get started, does anyone have any special announcements of anything going on here soon?
As soon as I pull up the date, because I'm going to make sure I get you the right date this time. Anime New Mexico, March 18th through the 20th. I will be there along with Lore Master Entertainment and some other wonderful people. After that, Anime Onsen, taking place Memorial Day weekend in Colorado Springs, Colorado, May 27th through the 29th.
Alright, and also, just for future sakes, if you ever want to get like one of the promo logos or whatever to us, we can make sure we can get that on there so it'll actually show up on the screen.
Yeah.
But alright, anyone else have anything big going on or anything that they'd like to announce? Alright, well, before we get into the night's game, let's hit that intro.
Come in, you losers!
D&D, Let's go! I could have sworn I left that other D4 here, though.
Hey, guys. Fireball. Hey, let's go. Alright, guys, balls are ready. Get to the table.
And welcome back. Last we left off, our wayward travelers, after having some gold picked from their very pockets.
Children are bastards. That was the title I gave last session.
Finding different entertainment values in different areas of town. Learning a bit more, at least a couple of the party members learning a bit more of their paladin, at least what his wards think of him. And just a bit of the nightlife coming to this new country of Drake and seeing what the city-state of Rock had in store for them. We pick up after the party got a good night's rest. However, two of them had a very strange and similar dream. One that gave them a sense of hunger. And they woke up. And that's where we begin our session today.
It's always back to
So,
cannibalism.
we'll go ahead and do it this way. Everyone roll me essentially initiative, and we'll use that as your wake up.
Which one do I want to use today?
Okay, that's not a 1. Okay,
Alright.
that's...
I was gonna say, any first roll of the day dire rolls.
Well, not yet.
Alright.
That's what she knows
Alright.
you guys are
Okay,
going
the night is young.
We'll go counterclockwise here. Linus.
19.
19.
Initiative?
Torin. Yes.
It's a 23.
23. Alright. Evangeline.
That's an 8.
Alright. Hey,
It almost went to the 1.
you're not a cleric of the sun, so it's fine. You don't have to rise with the dawn. Strilla.
10.
I flourished.
6.
Oh,
6.
okay.
Alright. So, with that, we'll start with Victorin. As you wake up after having a very vivid dream that almost felt as if you were awake, but then you snapped out of it.
I'm probably waking up in a very cold sweat, visibly shaking, as that is very terrifying. Probably trying to gain my composure and starting to get around for the day.
Alright, go ahead and roll me your perception check, please.
Perception.
Dire
roll!
Dire
roll! So, for those of you who may be new joining in with us, we have what's known as a dire roll. Once you roll a natural 1 on a skill check or a save, you get what's known as a dire roll, which is a dice that is almost 10 times bigger than the standard size and weighs almost 10 times as much. Once rolled, you can either save your natural 1 by rolling high on the dire roll, which has no modifiers, or you can make it a bit worse by rolling really low. However, if you roll a natural 1 on the dire roll, does not matter the situation, you immediately pass.
With
So,
worse luck.
with that, let's roll.
10.
Exact average, so it'll be treated like a normal nat 1.
Okay.
So yeah, you wake up, a bit shaken from your dream, and trying to regain your composure, you start getting dressed. Linus.
That's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if I slept alright, then I'm just gonna take in, do my normal morning routine, put on my stuff, do my stretches, and heading out for whatever breakfast is to be had.
Okay, so you're heading down to the first floor. All right. So with that, I believe the next one was Strella.
So, did we sleep in the same room? Didn't we?
I don't
Yeah,
think
you fell asleep in Strella's room.
I'm just gonna, like, Stella's gonna wake up, just going.
You would notice the cleric is still dead asleep.
And she's just gonna make sure, since she's still asleep, I'm gonna go ahead and actually get dressed, get all my layers in.
Okay. So that's going to take a little bit of time, but
Yeah.
you'll get it done far before she wakes up.
it's gonna be a while.
Roll.
It's,
Oh, was it?
I got
Oh,
an 8.
sorry. What did you roll
You
again?
got a
6.
A 6. That's
Oh.
right. My apologies. Now you wake up.
I mean, I understand the confusion because my dice hate me, but
As you wake up, you do see Strella finishing the knot or the tucking in of the turban.
I'm gonna wake up, look around, and then
Actually,
I'm
give
just-
me a con save real quick.
me. Oh.
As you wake up.
And one more roll or you're going to jail. Behave, you asshole.
holy shit.
Okay, I got an 11 plus my.
All right. It's a
So
con save.
13.
13? Okay. You wake up feeling a bit woozy from all of the fun from last night, but it's
It was
nothing to keep you from getting your morning routine finished.
Okay. I'm just doing it very
Just
wobbly.
You have a slight headache, but again, nothing that's kind of keeping you from your
Okay.
morning routine.
Another glass of water won't fix.
A couple glasses of water
Yeah.
Couple.
and a time.
Plural.
She's a cleric.
So what do you do as you wake up, kind of rubbing your head as you can feel a bit of the drunkenness still hitting you from last night?
I'm going. Like, it has a bathroom next
Yeah,
to it. Right?
there's a
I'm
connecting
gonna
bathroom.
wash up because, like, hopefully it'll wake me up.
I was gonna say, and for the most part, the bathrooms here are almost like what we have in modern day.
Soap, shampoo, that sort of
Well,
thing.
soap, shampoo, running water, plumbing. With Artifici getting as advanced as it is, one of the first things was creature comforts that kind of hit the regular public.
So, I'm gonna wash up, hopefully wake up a little bit more. And then I'm gonna go downstairs and just first seek out energy potions? Or would it be coffee? Do they have coffee?
There is coffee,
I
yes.
would have coffee.
In this fantasy world, there are coffee.
Evangeline is not a morning person.
Are you just going down in your base tunic, or are you putting on your armor and everything? You're still in the Adventurers Guild.
Well, if we get sent out, then likely we'll come back up.
Well, of course.
Wasn't
You'll have time to come back up to your room before you
Yeah.
leave the guild.
I'm just gonna go down in, like,
Your base
tunic
tunic.
and pants and just be like, I need my coffee before I even do armor.
I follow.
Alright.
I follow.
That's perfectly fine. Alright.
I need my coffee.
So, last but not least, and the two centaurs are going on your wake-up initiative, essentially.
Okay.
They're still sleeping in a little bit later than you.
Okay. So I wake up and I'm obviously not
So-
happy.
As you wake up, it's a bit strange of a feeling, as you felt like you were awake already, but you were snapped back into essentially waking up. You still have this gnawing sense of hunger, but you can't place it.
Okay. But I still have like a physical sense of like I'm hungry, like
Yes.
I'm food now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And go ahead and roll me a perception check as you sit up.
Perception check. Come on, blood phone. Thank you.
Is it gonna be another-
Perception. That's gonna be a 13.
13? That's perfect. As you're getting up and kind of trying to make sense of what happened last night, you're looking around as you're going to, as you would normally would with the monastery you came from. You would make your bed before leaving, just as a normal gesture of getting ready for the morning. When you look towards your pillow, and there's a chunk missing out of it, and you feel something odd in your mouth. And when you go to pull it out, it's one of the down feathers from the pillow itself.
I've heard of cottonmouth, but this is ridiculous.
Well, you got an extra dose of fiber this morning.
You would be able to put two and two together and realize, I took a bite out of my pillow this last night.
Just gonna take that pillow and just flip it over.
You're
That's
a
literally
decent sized
small.
creature. You took a corner chunk out.
Oh.
Tuck it
Just
under.
gonna, yeah, just gonna
under.
tuck it under.
There's my foot.
Well, that was my foot.
And as you finish kind of making your bed is when the two mule centaurs start to wake up, John and Molly.
Okay.
Would they have heard anything during all of that?
I actually rolled perception checks while they were asleep, because they had disadvantage on it being asleep, and nope, neither of them heard a thing.
Alright.
So I'm a little freaked out, and I obviously I'm not gonna worry them, but I'm still very hungry. So I'm actually gonna go and just be like, "Hey, John, Molly, I'm gonna go and head out to breakfast. Join whenever you feel like it. Find me down there. I'll have your vouchers." And I was like, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna pull out the 2 vouchers, slam on the table, and I'm like rushing out the door.
Okay, as you're kind of leaving, John's gonna go, "Oh, alright." And he's just gonna give a very confused look to Molly, who's still like rubbing her eyes as she's waking up, and
She's not
just
the only one confused.
she's just gonna kind of shrug towards John, and they finish getting ready before they come down. The two, well, actually, the 4 of you would almost basically convene about the same time as you're going down the stairs. Some a little later than others, but you would essentially get down to the first floor before Rolt has a chance with him bolting down. And it's pretty bustling. Most everybody is active and up at this time in the morning. But for the most part, it looks like you're going to easily be able to get your meal here. As you start making your way kind of away from the staircase, you do hear the very obvious thudding of heavy footsteps coming down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, and you do eventually see Rolt.
I think he woke up the entire
What?
building.
I didn't do anything. What?
What? Inside check on that one?
Go for it.
Inside.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Rolt is
I don't
freaked
fucking
out.
know.
Right? Rolt
Yeah,
is
20.
freaked out. So.
That is a confirm. That's a nat 20.
Wow.
Natural 20.
Ooh, better than my 8.
Better than mine too. For a total of 4.
So, nat 20 for a total of. Just
Double
remember
your
to
modifier.
double your modifier.
That's gonna be a 36.
Yeah, you can tell that something has Rolt completely panicked, because I doubt even with a natural 20 on a bluff check or a deception check, you would not be able to beat that.
Let's see. Deception. No.
I could beat it.
I will let you roll to see if the other two get a glimpse, but go ahead and roll me a deception check because you're trying to hide it.
Okay, so
I am not
that's
making
a
eye
16.
contact.
16? So yeah, the only one who can tell is Evangeline. You get this sense that there is something that has shaken him to his core.
Yeah, something freaked out a paladin.
Victoria's not even looking at you.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check real quick.
Oh yeah, because we saw each other, didn't
Yeah.
we? Perception, you said? Dirty 20.
Yeah, you can tell Victorian is purposely avoiding eye contact. You can see the other three are like looking at you curiously,
Mm-hmm.
but you look at Victorian every once in a while, and Victorian's eyes will just dart in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it's kind of sitting there.
Drinking coffee. What's going on with you guys?
Drinking coffee. No, this one's probably eating breakfast like I am.
As far as the breakfast choices, you have anywhere from your fruits and veggies all the way to your fresh baked breads and morning meat, sausage, eggs, bacon, even ham.
Fruits and biscuits and gravy.
I was not even looking. Yep.
Just piling that plate like this high.
Jeez, now you guys are gonna make me go look up the gastrointestinal and calorie count required for a 400-pound individual.
Wait, what?
So,
Hold on.
everybody.
Hey
Hold on.
Siri, how much feed do you have to have for an American Longhorn bull?
Okay, I found this on the web.
Let me see here.
We'll have to do this research later.
You're looking at pounds of food right now. We'll
Yeah.
tell you that.
Yeah.
But you're still considered humanoid, so you don't have 5 stomachs. You
Yeah.
have the 1.
Yeah, well, I don't have 5 stomachs, thank goodness.
Well, you might have to.
I'm eating for 2 right now.
Which, as the two of you are eating, give me a con save.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
Lord.
Oh, I'm scared of my dice.
Morning, y'all.
And it's a
Okay.
con?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
I don't need the dire roll, but
Oh,
Oh.
I got a 5.
Got a
5?
14.
A 13.
14.
14. Okay, good. So,
You go over
you
there.
are starting to at least feel full as you're kind of panic eating.
Mm-hmm.
Roll. It almost seems like you're not eating at all. Like you are devouring a plate, but you do not feel full.
Well, that is terrifying. Okay, at this point, I'm scared. So I'm actually gonna go and do a divine sense because I'm like, is something cursing me? I am legitimately scared. So yeah, I'm gonna do a divine sense.
Okay.
Yeah, that just is. I can detect good or evil and something affected by the Hava spell or location of a celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover.
You don't sense anything.
Now I'm more scared. So I still feel like just ravishingly hungry.
Mm-hmm. And you are compelled to eat.
Okay, Evangeline, where are you sitting in relation to me?
I think I'm right across from you.
You're right across from me. So I'm gonna kind of look at your plate, and are you finished with your plate or not?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna be like, here, let me get that plate for you. Eventually, may I speak to you over here, please? And I'm just like not gonna say anything. I'm just grabbing and going.
All right. I'm taking my coffee with me though.
Okay.
I need another refill.
And I'm. Is it like a buffet line, basically?
Yeah, you basically pay your voucher once and you get to stack your plate.
Okay.
What the hell's up with that?
I don't know.
You can insight check him again if you want. This is a different insight check.
Alright.
Yeah.
Victoria's like staying
Wow.
very
Woo!
oddly quiet.
Okay. 17?
17.
Hey.
Oh wow! All right. Roll.
Do I have to roll a deception check?
Are you trying to deceive anybody else?
Pretty sure you look like it's hey, can you get over here?
Hang on,
Because
hang
you've
on.
only noticed that I've noticed something's wrong with you.
Yeah, I am. So deception check. That's a 19.
Oof.
Yeah,
that's
the
what
two of
dances.
you, you think something's up, but you're like, cleric and a paladin, that's probably just religious.
Yeah.
Religious debate.
Victorian's still just trying to avoid eye contact with Roll.
Wait, can we insight check Victorian if he's doing anything?
Roll me a perception check real quick to see if you can notice it. Because at this point, Roll's kind of walking away, so Victorian's vision's going back to normal.
Okay.
Oh,
24?
is that when we need to go to jail?
Go ahead and do a, let's count this as sleight of hand as you're trying to hide your vision.
Sleight of hand, okay.
What'd you get?
Need a die roll.
Dire roll! Dire roll! Dire roll! Dire roll! That one!
That one.
Alright, 16. Alright.
That's not
Why
bad.
couldn't it have been deception?
So, you are able to get past Linus's kind of looking to see if there's something wrong with you. Or just his basic look. Thought you were going to do that for the dire roll. I was like, no.
The die roll can't fit in
However,
this.
Strella, you can notice, just as Rolt's leaving, Victorian's sight kind of dashes between, kind of looking around to almost like you can tell he's trying to avoid looking at Rolt. And then once Rolt's kind of into the crowd, Victorian's sight just kind of goes back to normal, looking around the room or eating his food.
So did something happen between you and Wolf?
What? No, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, that's
Insight check on that.
Go for it. I'll allow one more insight check on all
Alright, one more.
Alright, it's fine.
It's fine.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
Just magic
your insight check already worked for the
Oh,
sight,
okay,
so
yes,
you're
okay.
fine.
Okay, so it's 17 on dice plus 6, so 23.
23. Okay. I'm just gonna use your sleight of hand to.
Why
So
did I use my deception?
okay, fine. I'll let you use your deception
Okay.
with disadvantage because you're already caught by Strella.
Okay. That's a 17.
17. All right. And what'd you get?
23.
Yeah. So yeah. At this point, the two who are still sitting at the table can tell something's going on. You kind of noticing it after Strella has said something.
So something happened?
No.
Good to just that tells me
Uh-huh.
that tells me everything.
What?
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 You saw to
Nothing happened.
I just look over at Victoria like, you nasty.
I'm just gonna look back down to my food and just
Yeah. And,
Two
and
charisma casters.
and we've already seen, I'm sure my record's not exactly the greatest after with Edna.
With Sheila.
Oh, Sheila,
Sheila.
excuse me, not Edna. Sheila.
It's okay. Everyone was calling her Edna.
Like,
Goblin.
I'm
Oh,
not,
that goblin,
I'm
that
not
goblin.
judging, I'm just saying.
Well, things like that happen.
Okay, so then what did happen?
No. Nothing.
good to know.
Nothing.
Was that eye twitch in character?
I finished looking. As soon as they see the eye twitch, you just go back and just drink the coffee.
Nothing happened. Nothing.
You
It was a
both of you
perfectly
can
normal
easily
evening.
tell there's a line.
We just, the Linus and I just be staring at each other, knowing we don't even.
I'm having an
understand,
off
just
day, okay?
So, with the line of questioning going, we now shoot over to Evangeline and Rolt. Which, as you're walking, Evangeline, you hear from inside your head, I don't like what's going on.
Neither do I. Do you think they're cursed? Well, he's cursed.
Don't know, but I know when you were asleep there was something I had to push back.
I don't like that either.
Remember, your second spirit's the reason why you get advantage on wisdom saves.
Yes! So,
Just be careful whatever you do with him.
I'm gonna see if he's cursed.
Good check. That would be good.
Okay. If it is, I'm removing it.
Hopefully you can.
This is perfect because I was actually fixing to ask in character. It's like Rhoda's sitting there putting more food, just looking at Evangeline and scooping food with the other, It's just like,
Oh.
I need help.
As
Something is
as
wrong.
you've come back, as you're scooping food, the orc that works behind the counter as one of the cooks is gonna look at you and go, you all right? No. Oh.
just looking, you alright? No.
Like a deer in
gonna drag
headlights.
him.
We have a first aid area if you need to go over there.
I have a cleric. We're fine, thank you. to glory, my friend. And I'm just gonna walk.
I'm
That's one of
gonna
the
grab.
that's one of the display apples. That's gonna wax. Part of the decor.
Hold up. I could just see a halfling waiting, like, where's the casserole?
Okay, first.
You would also notice there's a couple other like adventurers in the guild who are just like kind of in line behind you, just kind of going. You can hear like the metal spoon hitting the bottom of the heating tray as you've like taken most of the food from some of the trays and just like, I guess this is enough, and just kind of putting it on their plate and moving.
I'm gonna grab him and I'm gonna drag him off to a wider corner.
Are you willingly being pulled?
I'm willingly eating food. I don't care where I'm getting pulled. I'm just.
Give me a strength check then, if he's not willingly walking.
Oh boy.
And what's your base strength stat? Like not the plus,
Mine?
just the strength. No, his.
You said no plus is just the base.
Yeah, just like
19.
19? Okay, that's your number to beat.
I only have a 15. I have plus 10.
Well, try.
Those
Just
dice
roll.
like you better.
Just roll.
It's the beat.
Hey Rose, will you come join me for a moment?
What'd you roll?
9.
A
9.
9 total? Or?
9
9
total. I'm just like nudging him, like, come on, go
Yeah,
this
you
way.
can feel Evangeline kind of tugging on you,
And that's fine at this
but
point.
you're still just kind of walking with food.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just like, I don't care about sitting. I just need to eat. Man, this is a weird apple. What kind of apple is this?
The weird part is you don't taste or feel the texture. You just recognize the shape and look of food, and you are just eating it.
So you got the Rona.
I was gonna say. You beat me to it. Good job.
Except you can still breathe normally and are on a ventilator.
What?
Yeah.
What role would I have to do to... Because I clearly can tell that something's wrong with him. Like, really wrong with him.
You can at least tell something's really panicking him. And the
do
fact
I
that
need-
he's eating a wax apple without stopping.
I'm kind of scared to get between him and that apple because what if he eats me?
A question. With my state of mind,
That's not an idea.
is it more like, okay, think more like a smoker who's got, serious oral fixation where they can smoke and do other things at a time. Am I like trying to like eat and talk at the same time, or like, oh no, something's wrong. I have no idea what's wrong though.
Yes. You basically are compelled to eat as long as there is food nearby you. You are constantly trying to put something in your mouth to eat.
Okay, have I realized this as a character?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. 14.
Yeah, you would notice that your words are being kind of muffled while you can't seem to stop putting food in your mouth.
Okay.
It was
Do
a
I need
DC
to-
10, so you got a decent check on it.
Do I need to do any sort of check to see if I can,
Try to ordain what's going on with him.
mm,
Yeah, go ahead and, how would you check? I'll tell you what you roll with. Are you going to use a spell, or...
considering that my mental spirit said that he had to block something in my sleep leads me to believe that it's magical. So, something of that sort.
So like an Arcana check on him?
I would say Arcana, or you're a cleric, so what about medicine?
I don't
I
know
was
if
gonna
medicine would
Arcana,
really do
you can try to see if there's any magical effects on him. Medicine, you can see what the physical effects are. If you wanted to do a
Because-
religion check, I would let you do something to see if there's anything that you might remember as far as religious-wise what might be happening. So
I don't have anything magical on me that I know of that will interfere with it, so.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
you
do
like that way, like-
Arcana again. I'll do Arcana.
Arcana? Okay. So you're just kind of seeing what...
That's a 13.
13, you're checking, and I mean, you can tell there's magic kind of around him as a paladin.
But I don't know if that's his aura.
Yeah.
Can I go ahead and try remove curse?
Sure.
Just in case.
Yeah, you can go ahead and cast it.
Okay. Alright, remove curse. It's not any sort of save, I don't think. I think it's
No, it's
It's-
just do it.
yeah.
So yeah.
It's just remove from him.
Okay. How are you casting remove curse? What does it look like whenever you try to do that?
So I'm gonna touch him, and like a dark green is gonna just sort of swirl around him like a mist.
Actually, odd that you do that.
No.
Damn it! I need to stop giving the DM ideas.
Well, no. As you're eating, you can actually feel your spell fizzling.
What?
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 What level did you cast that at?
It's at 3rd level.
It's a 3rd level spell, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm eating magic.
Bat Minotaur.
You can feel that it did something, but you don't know what it's doing.
Okay, I felt like the magic was doing something, or that me eating it did
You
something.
eating it did something.
Bat Minotaur.
Do I realize this, or am I still just hunger?
You are still just hunger.
Okay.
You can feel
Hungry,
something
hungry
different after
Minotaur.
the spell was cast, but it doesn't seem. You can tell that your remove curse did nothing.
Can I tell that he did something to it?
You saw it.
Yeah, you saw him eating the mist, which isn't normally possible.
I guess this means he's eating fireballs now? In the front line for later?
Meat shield.
Wouldn't be the first time.
He's the meat shield.
Hey, question. What is Twitch's rules like if I want to play an audio clip from a TV show?
That would get us in trouble.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that.
Thank
You can do it.
Just
during
send it to the chat later,
Yeah.
or just send it to the chat now if you want.
Yeah.
We can watch it during the break. But yeah, you don't know what happened. You just know that your spell got eaten. By the way, you are now currently out of food on your plate.
Oh,
We went to a quiet corner where no one else is sitting,
Yeah.
right?
We're in a quiet corner.
Good.
Yes.
Good. So I'm not gonna piss anybody out by grabbing their plate. Nope. I'm gonna shut up before the DM gets
No.
more ideas.
Oh, I already know what's happening to you. You can try to act like I don't have ideas already, but so you're physically trying to resist getting up and going towards food.
Yeah, because at that point I'm like, I'm eating. I'm not supposed to eat that, but I just did. I'm like, obviously something is wrong with me. Do a detect curse, do a remove curse, do something. Something is wrong with me. And I'm gonna go and I'm just gonna like just grab onto the table and just hold my stuff in place.
Give me a wisdom save.
Okay.
Because the last time I did remove curse on you, you ate it.
That was remove curse. Tasted like a bit like gravy.
You ate it.
You said wisdom save?
Yes.
17.
17. You can feel as you're forcing yourself to try and stay in place and not go towards food. It's a large strain on your body. But you can tell if you didn't have as much mental resolve as you did, you might have felt a little bit more exhausted after the ordeal.
Okay. Am I in any sort of physical pain for the amount of food that I've shoved down my gullet at this point?
You actually still don't feel full.
Yeah, I'm just getting more and more scared by the second. And I'm not supposed to be afraid of much as a paladin.
D&D, everybody.
how was your night?
So, as the two over there are having their kind of issues in the corner, we come back to the three of you. And at this point, your food would be eaten and your belly's full.
Sounds fun, people.
That sounds fun.
Fine.
So, as you finish off, what would the three of you like to do? As the guild or the food hall part of the guild is kind of already starting to empty out as most people finish their food or going on to their normal duties.
I'm gonna just look at Victoria and be like, listen, you're acting weird. Big guy's acting weird.
I'm big guy.
What's going on?
I honestly don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, but that's kind of your job.
There's some things even I don't think I can explain.
That's shit.
That is concern.
Concern.
Should we search for Evangeline and see if we can...
At this point, you would actually kind of see them over in the corner.
Okay, so
The place is kind of cleared out a bit.
should we go ahead and ask them?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
I honestly don't know if I can go over there.
Why not?
It better not be an escapade.
At this point, you're gonna hear a shouting voice. As you look over and you see the half orc that you all had ran into at the desk the other day, and you can see that he's holding a clipboard as you hear his voice raise. Victorin and Rote, where are you?
Just
Okay, I'm focusing all my will basically on just trying not to get up and eat more food, right?
You fought the will right now, so you're good.
Okay, I was gonna say it's like I don't know if do I need to roll
No,
perception?
you passed the last save. To
Okay, so I definitely heard him.
yeah. I noticed the Minotaur. Where is Victorin?
Cloaked up.
a little green smoke towards her.
Oh, to pop up the hood.
Yeah, just
What spell was that?
it's just
Precipitation, right?
Oh, okay.
no, like it's not gonna hit here. It's just a smoke of green. It's poison spray. It's not gonna hit them or anything. It's just
Spray poison spray at Alex.
it goes basically like
Okay.
that.
So you're just using it to highlight where
Yeah.
you're pointing.
Sort of like a
Uh,
neon sign. Ding, 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 ding,
I'll
ding.
give him advantage on that then, since he was going to do a perception check to see if he could get to see Victorin.
I'm helping. I cast help. I cast
he
poison.
sees
to-
you.
What happens?
He's gonna walk over towards Victorin first because he's closest, and you're gonna see a piece of paper slam down in front of you. He's gonna walk off and then walk over towards Rote, slam another piece of paper down in front of him, and go, "You can pay at the counter." And he's gonna walk off.
I'm gonna look at the piece of paper.
Same.
I'm
Then-
looking at it.
It's a damage slip for the pillow that he took a bite out of.
Oh.
That's you basically missed seeing that you took a bite out of your
Yeah, I
pillow.
figured-
Are you sitting next to me or sitting across from me? Eventually.
I was standing across from
And
you.
it's for 1 silver.
Okay. That's a hell of a pillow.
You're at one hell of an adventuring guild.
That's true.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, adventuring guild members help keep countries safe,
Yeah.
so they kind of pamper them.
Yeah, fair enough.
Very blue.
Remember, I told you spat out down feathers
Oh, that's
from
true.
a pillow.
This is true. This is true.
Those aren't cheap pillows.
What do you do?
I don't know. I
Does
honestly
it
don't
say
know.
like what the
It
damage
says damages, room number, name, and then pillow, 1 count, and then cause, chunk missing from pillow.
Oh wait, so we both ate pillow?
Yes.
Yeah, you're
I
roll-
just didn't see it. 'cause
you
I
roll
rolled
high
that
enough on
one.
your perception as you were making your bed.
Wow.
The fuck you do to a pillow?
I don't
It
know.
says over here there's a chunk missing.
I don't know.
Alright, let's. I'm gonna take and it's like. I'm gonna go talk to the guy. And I'm gonna move over to Road.
Okay.
Evangeline.
As you're getting up to move, the paper has been put down in front of you, and the half orc has walked off.
Yeah, I took it.
It wasn't
Looked at
upside down. It was upright on your table.
Oh.
So you could have seen it if you wanted
Yeah.
to. Did you take a look at it?
Mhm.
Yeah, same thing. Room number, name, pillow, quantity 1,
Do you have a post-it?
reason for damage. Do what?
Oh wait, Zane, hand me that notebook. Just tear off one piece for it for me, please.
Reason, chunk missing from pillow.
Okay.
Exact same.
Yeah.
I assume the pillow has something to do with. Don't.
He starts eating it.
Don't. Damn it.
No, you're fine. You actually weren't compelled to eat.
Okay.
Just do
Don't
it to die
eat.
anyway.
I'm committed to character. I'm not that committed.
Well,
So I assume that also has something to do with earlier, sir?
Yes. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. And I am scared.
Not much should scare you, but
Exactly. This is not glorious.
The whole time, mind you, the two mule siblings had gotten kind of a table to themselves and has been watching this go down. As they saw Rolt kind of freaking out and moving around, and Victorian trying to hide himself from the half-orc and all this, they just kind of get their plates together and
it's
kind of
just
mosey
eating
to the main
popcorn.
area as they leave.
Just eating popcorn, watching everything.
Something is seriously wrong. I need help, but I have no idea what kind of help I need.
Do you want me to try to remove curse again?
Is there a way to even detect if I'm cursed to begin with? I'd hate for you to lose another spell slot to try and do something that's not even there.
There is a spell, Detect Curse.
You, after you figure it out, you may also want to go check on Victorin. I rolled to see if I was going to out you or not.
Okay.
I followed Linus, by the way, as we walked over.
Victorian's staying at the table, he's staying far away from Road.
So Strella follows Linus over to the table. Okay. So yeah, at this point, y'all would kind of reach the table.
What's going on?
I look at Evangeline.
A fair bit.
Something
Hopefully
is wrong.
we can
What,
fix
like
this.
constipated?
Apparently not, considering the amount of food he ate.
That's true. That's
And the pillow.
You got the same
he
note.
ate a pillow too.
Mm-hmm.
Chunk missing.
Victorin ate a pillow too?
Well, we know there was a chunk missing.
Y'all don't know that he ate it, just that
that's
there's
true.
a chunk missing from it.
Well, there was a chunk missing. Whether or not it
Well,
was
he-
eaten was.
I know, I outed that. He ate a piece of his pillow too?
Wait.
What the hell?
I just shoot back.
Yeah, we're just gonna both
All
shoot
right.
back at Evangeline. I mean, Victoria.
I guess so.
I mean, I've heard about biting the pillow, but that's taking it to a whole new level.
Something is wrong. Something is very wrong right now.
What's going on?
If I
And like
knew-
you said, you see like Linus' mood like completely change from like, you know, that make just cracking a joke to like dead ass.
Yeah, like
serious.
genuine
Yeah.
concern. It's like, that's the problem. I don't know what's wrong. If I knew what was wrong, I could figure out a way to fix it. I don't know. And I'm scared. And I
What's going
shouldn't,
on?
Hold on.
and I shouldn't be scared.
Evangeline, what's going on?
Earlier I tried to remove curse on him.
And I
And-
ate it.
He
The
ate.
fuck?
Magic.
He ate my spell.
I have seen my master dispel magic. And I've seen people do breath weapons and claim to eat fire. But I've never seen somebody eat magic. And I never thought I would be one to do it.
Are you inclined in magic, Linus?
No.
Neither am I. So we should
But,
probably let the expert handle it, or someone at the guild.
Well,
Okay, so
Evangeline, I'm not trying to downplay his skills at all, but if he's in this bad of help, do we need somebody who's like a little bit more trained as a cleric?
I do not know. I was gonna see if I can use detect curse on him.
Are you in possession of that
Victorian?
spell?
Mm-hmm.
Please do.
Alright. And I'm gonna do detect curse.
Okay. How does it look? Is it similar to remove curse or?
It's a slightly brighter green. It's more of an emerald green instead of a dark green.
Okay. This time you don't inhale the spell and it goes off,
Thank you.
but you
Peppery.
still feel hungry. You still feel empty in your stomach.
I know I shouldn't eat, but I really want to go back to that buffet line. Lift up one end, and let gravity force all the food down my gullet. I probably shouldn't feel that way, should I?
Probably not.
No, that's not something that's normal.
So, did it...
And I'm gonna stare at
did
Victorian.
it detect
Victorian,
something?
Just
Are
kind
you-
of glances over.
come here real quick.
No, I think I'm good.
Strangely.
It didn't detect any curse?
No curse, no.
He just
Any
stared
idea
at
what's
No.
going on?
Are you feeling the same way as Roth has?
Not really, as the spell specifically tries to see if there's any, essentially curse or ill will or something that was put on being to hinder them, is essentially what detect curse can do.
Okay.
But it didn't detect anything.
Well, anything?
We're gonna have to go somewhere and figure out what. We're gonna have to seek more advanced help.
And upon hearing that, Rhoda is immediately pushing himself back from the table and walking towards the front desk.
Okay.
Y'all can follow or not.
I'm gonna like
I'll go.
I'm gonna take in and kind of peel off back over towards Victoria.
Sam.
Uh,
The pillow.
What about it?
Judging by how you both have very similar incidents.
go ahead. I had a question for David.
Okay.
Would you like to explain a little bit on what you know on your side? Since Evangeline over there didn't detect any sort of curse, perhaps someone of your magical capabilities would be able to discern your problem?
I don't know. And that's the scary thing. I can dispel magic, sure, but I would have to know what it is to do so.
Do you think we need to take one and go to a temple? Something?
I don't know, maybe.
And what time, or on what time is it?
About this time, I would say roughly about 10. I would say that y'all spend about an hour and a half kind of going through eating food, getting
We
conversation.
should probably solve this quickly. We will still have a
Yeah.
journey to go to.
Yeah. I'm gonna take and call over to Rote and Evangeline and I'm gonna be like, if y'all are up for it, take and ask where some of the where the temple's at in this town.
Way ahead of you.
So I'm like, listen, we gotta. I know you shook up, and frankly, you plus the big man, just we wanted to get this solved as much as you do, 'cause we got shit to do. But I mean, we're a team now, right? And it's kind of what we signed up for, right?
That is correct.
So let's go figure this shit out. yeah, I just if Victorin is willing, I'm gonna take and just kind of like walk with them over to
Yeah.
Road and Evangeline
Okay.
along the stroller. So,
At this point, you've
yeah.
Yeah.
kind of grouped up at the front desk with the half orc, just patiently waiting with a small chest open.
I toss a silver in.
Same.
And with that, he shuts the small chest and sets it down to the side.
Is there a doctor in house?
Yes, we have the medical bay, if that's what you're needing.
I'm gonna just pop
It's a
up
good
from.
start.
I'm gonna go ahead and
I
pop
mean,
up behind.
but I think that
What is Strella doing? Sorry.
I'm gonna pop up behind says something a bit more magical, so to say.
yeah.
There's the temple in the Merchants Guild, the Temple of Plutus.
World knowledge. Plutus is the god.
Plutus is the god of coin, wealth, and prosperity.
Is there one more of life and healing and health?
Not necessarily in a port town where trade is the major deal. You can travel north. Most of the city-state of Rock is going to have mostly Plutus temples, as this is one of the most prosperous ports of Drake. So people tend to worship the god of coin to essentially bring more prosperity to themselves. But there's nothing wrong with going to a temple of Plutus if you're trying to get something ordained.
Medical ward first, then temple, or just go straight to temple?
I don't know. I mean,
We
just,
can
like,
see.
I start walking towards the medical ward.
Is that a question? Or are you just talking to him?
Yeah, I was just,
Okay. I was like,
sorry.
okay, so y'all are going to essentially the medical portion of the
Oh,
adventure
more like
guild.
he is, and we're kind of just like, well, he's already gone.
Yep.
He's
Okay.
already walking.
Road is scared and wants help now, so he's kind of like, I'm going somewhere that might have answers, and then going somewhere else after that.
Right. As we're kind of still hanging around the front desk with Rope just walking off, I want to take a look back and see how John and Molly are doing.
At this point, they're just kind of chilling in the nice common open area. There's like kind of minor entertainment things that kind of go on. Like,
but it doesn't look like they've been watching all this and like are freaked out about Rope.
John seems more worried than Molly. But it looks like they're just kind of sticking out of the way for right now until y'all are deciding to leave the guild.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna take in if I catch John's eye, I'm just gonna take a look at him. So like, I'm just gonna give him like a thumbs up and a nod of like, you know, we're gonna take care of this.
He doesn't really catch your eye. He sees as y'all leave and recognizes y'all kind of moving that way.
All right, that's the main thing. All right, and I was like, all right, let's go see if we can get a start on this, and I follow after.
Okay. Just kind of asking around to the guild employees, just finding your way to it. It's on the 4th floor, so just one above where your rooms would normally be. As you walk in, there's a few adventurers that you could see either just getting back, or some more being rescued from horrible situations. As you can tell, some of them are missing limbs. And on the men's, as far as the ones that you can see kind of in the main healing area. There's 4, at least what you can consider doctors, going around the room. One is a goblin who is kind of testing out some of the mechanical limbs on some of the patients who have mechanical replacement limbs, or even 1 or 2 of the warforged that are in the med ward, essentially getting minor repairs. You can see a human who seems to kind of be overseeing everything, just kind of going to each of them if they have a question or anything, or if one of their hands raises, he kind of walks to them. You see a drow who seems to be finishing up a suture on a female adventurer of the human race.
The
And-
drow sewing with silk.
No, silk. But she's finishing up that, and then the fourth one looks to be a dwarf who's helping to move a patient from what looks to be essentially a crash stretcher onto a bed while they're asleep. Kind of too covered up to tell if it's a male or a female dwarf, but you can tell that it is a dwarf.
Okay. I'm just gonna go and just like, is there like a receptionist or somebody that work at like some sort of front desk or?
Not necessarily, but as you enter, it kind of takes a second. The human doctor comes over, and you can, as he gets closer, you can kind of tell there's wrinkles in part of his skin that's showing past his mask, and essentially sterilized clothing to keep most of his exposed flesh and stuff covered. But the crow's feet and such, and kind of smile lines on the lower part of his forehead, you can see. Is there anything I can do to help you folks? You seem to be in decent health.
Something is wrong. I don't know what, but I'm hungry.
Well,
And I
the
ate-
cafeteria's downstairs.
And I ate half of y'all's cafeteria already.
Are you the one who ate the apple?
Yes.
Ah,
And a pillow.
and
And
what?
As I said, can we please go somewhere to talk? This is the person coming to the ER
Certainly.
going, there's something up my butt. Can we please talk about this later?
Most certainly.
It doesn't have
This
to
way,
play.
and he kind of points off to the side where there's a door. And it says Dr. Strick's General and Specified Medicine.
I suddenly have an image of Rolt standing there wearing one of the gowns or the robes, sitting there just with his feet dangling off of a big fish. You know?
This is a normal doctor's office, though,
Yeah.
or a normal office that you kind of walk in, and he kind of looks back to the rest of you and says, "I do apologize, but doctor-patient confidentiality."
That
Yes.
one goes with me. They're having the same.
Oh, okay.
Not even a hesitation.
No, I rolled for that earlier to see if I was gonna have any hesitation, and nope. It's like if I'm screwed up, you're screwed up too.
Let's go.
Also, I'm just gonna go.
In that case, would you please join us?
Okay.
As for the rest of you, you are more than welcome to wait out in the hallway, or if you feel like there's something that you may need checked, please feel free to speak with any of my residential nurses.
I appreciate it, Doc, and I take it.
Cute. It was my needs on business.
What was it?
It was
Spider.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cute.
We were watching, like, he like crawled up this side, went over there, crawled off, went up over to Wayland's desk, went back and crawled all the way back over here.
And then you
Rude.
killed it.
And then it's what death to the weak.
You're not playing a drow this campaign. Stop it. Anyway,
Stop it.
but he does point to one of the RNs if you do feel like something's going on, or just want a checkup. And with that, he welcomes in Rolt and Victorin into his office and shuts the door behind him. What do the three of you choose to do?
Well, while they're over there, should we go check out the temple? See if they have any solutions, especially considering what you said
Yeah.
about your magic
let's-
getting.
I'm still upset about that.
And this kind of like consultation period is going to take them about an hour, about
Okay.
30 minutes each. So y'all
So-
have about an hour to do anything before they come out of the office for the doctor.
Yeah, we can do that. At least see if any of them would have any idea. I mean, I doubt it, but who knows?
Alright, why don't you two go, and then I'll take it, I'll stay behind just in case, they come out wondering where we are.
Where shall we rendezvous? Meet in an hour's time, so to say. First,
Front area of the Adventurers Guild? Just like entryway?
sounds
Can
good.
do that.
Split off.
So with that, where, I do apologize, where again are you two heading?
The temple.
Temple of Plutus? Okay. So you'll be heading, as you get out, you'll be heading west or east
Right.
towards the Merchants Guild where the temple sets. It's that first dome to your left.
So
your
those-
right. Yes.
Okay.
That's the jutting out entrance is to the temple. The rest of it's the Merchants Guild. We'll come back to the two of you as you're making your way through town. You do find a little bit of comfort as you're used to most places just having chairs meant for medium-sized creatures. They do have smaller chairs for halflings all the way down to gnomes if need be. Like your feet actually touch the ground. Comfortably.
Nice.
Occasionally, one of the guild's people over the hour comes by and sees if you need any water or anything while you're waiting. And basically, just making sure you're taken care of as a member of the guild. As the two of you sit down in Dr. Strix's office, so please tell me what you've been dealing with. You don't physically seem ill or hurt.
Are you still avoiding my look when I look at you?
Yes.
And he's gonna notice it.
Yeah.
I will tell you right now, his passive perception is a 20.
Damn.
He is
That'll
a
do.
veteran doctor who's
That'll
used
do.
to dealing with patients.
Went to sleep. Didn't eat or drink anything weird. But had a dream. Total inky blackness. And a feeling of unsatiable hunger. Even a voice that only said hunger in a very raspy, deep voice. And at one point I looked up and saw Victorin. And I know that you saw me as well.
Yes.
And then when I woke up,
So you both had the same dream?
that's what I saw, and I saw him in my dream, Victorin.
It was basically the same thing.
What happened after you woke up?
I woke up very, very hungry, and while making my bed, noticed that I had bitten a piece of the pillow. And then
That
proceeded to
explains some of the yelling that we heard from the maintenance staff while they were doing room cleanings.
we've already paid for that.
Oh, well, good, good.
And then I proceeded to eat roughly half my weight of the cafeteria food,
Oh,
including the non-food.
hmm.
And when our party's cleric attempted to remove curse, I then decided to use the magic as a spread over me as a garnish for my third helping.
Huh.
I am a
Ooh.
paladin of a very notorious Minotaur order. Not much scares me. We faced down a kraken on the way here, and I wanted to go back and
Oh.
kill it. I'm scared. Please help me.
I will see what we can do here.
That was a little too close for home for me.
Yeah, I was about to say. And have you experienced the same? Did you have the same issue?
I didn't eat that much, but I did wake up like I hadn't eaten in weeks.
Hmm. Well, we can get you into one of our observation rooms, and separately, of course, and I can see what may be affecting you, and see if it's something that's bodily causing this issue. Have you thought about possibly going to the temple in town? If there was a dream that you both had that tends to go beyond normal medicine.
Figured I'd stop here first since y'all were closer.
Fair enough. I can at least do what I can here and see what, if anything, comes of it.
Well, you've already established there's nothing physically wrong except for.
Well,
exposed
I
stomach.
can't exactly see underneath your clothing. I did not see any bleeding or broken bones or anything that seemed to be protruding from inside of you to the outside of you. And you seem to be walking of your own fruition, so as far as a preliminary look tells me, besides you being panicked, I looked fine, but I would need to examine you further and to essentially see what is possibly bothering you.
Well,
We would count it as a routine checkup. It's covered by the guild's expenses itself. If there is any surgery that we may have to do, the guild does help at least minimize the costs.
well, let's get started then, and he's going to start undoing his
No, not in here. In the observation room. If you will follow in, he's gonna push a button that has a small mic next to it. Beatrice, and you're gonna hear a voice. Yes? Could you please come in? And the door is going to open, and you see the dwarf coming through. What can I do for you lads? If you could please take our two adventurers here to separate observation rooms. We are going to do a checkup. And with that, she nods her head and leads each of you to your own observation room to wait. You're taken to one and you walk in there, and it does have like a normal bed that patients would sit on or sleep or lay back on when needed. But yours looks a little bit more reinforced than the standard. Yours is kind of basically the standard room for observation, and doors shut. And as you kind of wait for Dr. Strix to come visit each of you individually, we now come to Strella and Evangeline, as you have reached the temple entrance to essentially that side of the Merchants Guild. There are some members of the clergy who are communing outside of the doors, some that are entering and exiting. You see plenty of people of the town coming in, and some leave, but it looks like kind of a busy day, at least for a temple.
The cleric first.
Oh, really? I'm gonna walk up to one of the clergymen outside and just ask them, just approach them and say, hey, who do I need to talk to about a consultation of the medical variety?
Let's see here. Okay. As you approach, one of the more medium-sized ones is just kind of a natural progression. They turn around, and to kind of your surprise, as far as like clerics are concerned, they're a tiefling who kind of pulls back their hood, and they don't have any hair, but where they would essentially normally have hair, they have differing horns in almost pyramid-like shapes that kind of dot through the top of their head. About a dark purple skin, and their tail, as you talk to them, kind of unravels from what looked to be a belt was actually their tail.
Okay.
How can I help you?
Would you be able to give me a medical or magical consultation, or know somebody that can?
If you're needing medical, you can always talk to the Adventurers Guild.
We have our two of our friends already talking to them about their issues, but something strange happened to one of my friends earlier, and I think it's more magical based, but could be affecting them physically.
In that case, might I recommend speaking with one of our head members?
Okay. And where would they be? Just inside, or?
If you go in, there's normally at least one that's sitting at the podium answering questions or giving advice or clerical healing as need be. But may I ask why? And as she kind of looks you up and down, noticing your tunic, why you would not be able to do this yourself?
I did try. He ate magic.
Oh, that does sound concerning.
Yes.
Might I ask what your
This is
friend
me.
is?
In the back, Strong's going.
Might I ask what your friend is?
He's a paladin minotaur.
Minotaur, who ate magic.
And is a paladin, yes.
The paladin part isn't as concerning. It's a minotaur that ate magic.
Yes, that's
Um,
also very concerning.
Well, something tells me that it's not going to be anything medical. When your friend is done, might we suggest bringing him into the church so we can have one of our head priests look at him, please? I will go ahead and let them know to expect a minotaur.
Thank you. Oh, and also a half-elf bard. He's
And a
having the
half-elf.
same problems, but he did not eat magic. But he might.
Okay.
He might. We don't know.
That fat ass is gonna eat it. That fat ass is gonna eat it. I swear to God.
Also, thank you for the clarification on their abilities, but it's not needed. You don't have to keep repeating what they are. We understand race is enough. Again, a minotaur eating magic doesn't make being a paladin any weirder.
Well, it's still weird considering he ate by magic. And he has magic.
Never gonna hear the end of it.
Yes.
Just once they're done speaking with the doctor and the guild, please just
Okay.
bring them to us.
Will do.
I will let the guards know to be expecting a minotaur.
And half-elf.
And half health, yes.
Okay. We'll be back soon.
Very well.
Thank you.
And with that, she puts up her hood, but you can kind of tell she turns her head a couple times to the people she was talking to, and the three walk into the temple. And as you look at the doors of the temple itself, it is fairly ornate, gold inlays. You can tell that this is a very well-off building, with two fairly towering guards standing in front of it. You can't tell what race they are or what they are, but they look at least humanoid in full plate armor, standing at least 9 feet tall. Each of them holding a halberd in one hand. And you make your way back.
Yeah.
The consultation for Rolt and Victorin goes over with, at least medically speaking, good results. The doctor kind of giving you as much of a check as he can. He essentially brings in what could be considered an early X-ray machine. You're essentially anywhere that's not being hit by the machine itself. You're basically holding up a 2 to 3 inch thick, not iron, lead plate around where you don't want the X-rays to hit. But after the X-ray film develops and everything, he comes to each of you back to his office. It does not seem like anything's wrong with you, at least medically. I can see that there's quite a lot of food in your stomach. But it doesn't seem to have any punctures or malformations or anything of the sort. Yours looks just as normal. But I can't see anything that would have caused any issues.
Well, thank you for trying, Doctor. I think I will head to that temple now.
That would be well advised if you're worried further from past anything that I could tell you.
All right, thank you. Now I'm gonna get up, put my clothes back on and then start heading out.
You
didn't have to take your clothes off to begin with, but
And not show off this glorious physique.
I'm just walking out.
Wait, you were in a different observation room.
Yeah.
The
Well, we
RN
went back to the office.
Oh, okay.
the RN not wanting to stop you from stripping just kind of brought back a gown for you to wear in place of not having any clothing on. Yeah, pretty much walks in the room, just here you go, lad. And just leaves the room.
Literally.
Sorry, I had to throw that in. You know he freaking would.
Yeah.
Bro, literally me last shift.
So, and that's the thing too, like, it's one of those things where I'm trying not to get called out by you for medical procedure. Having a nurse in the party. I was about to say. So, after gathering your effects that you may have set off to the side or what have you, you come out. Linus, you would see them as they come out. And about at this point, Evangeline and Strella, you would have been hitting the very top of the 4th flight of stairs.
So, how did it go?
Well, medically, there is nothing wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with me either.
So
about
go
that
to the temple.
Yep, to the temple we go.
They said that they might be able to help you, so have fun.
To the temple we go.
Okay.
Off we go.
So with that,
Do we see John and Molly on the way?
yeah, you would see them. They've been waiting for you to exit, essentially.
Okay.
They saw Strella and Evangeline leave, but it's one of those things that they always wait for you before they go anywhere.
Okay. John, Molly, go into the temple. Wait here if you wish, or come along. Your choice.
As John pipes up, we'll come along, I guess. As
Okay.
Molly's just looking kind of concerned at the rushed voice.
Because I'm not taking any of my equipment, I literally just threw on just my regular fine clothes, and I've been going about this the whole time. Is my equipment, everything still in the room? Is it going to be safe where it's at?
Yeah,
Okay.
until you check out, essentially, they won't rent out your room to anything else.
Okay. Yeah.
Essentially, as long as you're staying at a guild, an adventuring guild building, it's essentially your home away from home until you check out.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, that's just going to stay there.
So, no, you're good. So, yeah, as you head out with John and Molly following in tow, you can easily hear in the distance, "Aye, Linus!
Hey, what's up?
What's going on?"
Some weird shit.
Okay.
From behind wrote magic problems.
Oh, I'm still never gonna get used to you doing it. Couldn't you tell how startled I was?
No.
And she's gone.
Yeah, just weird magic shit. We're headed over to the temple real quick.
Soul knife.
Do you mind if I tag along?
Yes,
I don't really have much to do now that I've finished my business.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yay. Where are we going again?
Over to the temple of Plutus. Yeah.
Oh, Temple of Plutus.
Yeah.
Their tithes are insane. Boy, at least you get some decent benefits if you're part of their church. Oh, well, depending on your rank within their clergy, you get a portion of the tithe. And that portion of the tithe basically pays you for any of your clerical duties, such as healing people or dealing with the sick. The higher rank you are, the more you get paid. My brother used to be a part of their services. He was maintenance. He cleaned the latrines.
I mean, somebody's got to let it.
He just got tired of people's shit. Literally. So he went back to the shop with me.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I never liked that church anyway. Sticking
y'all are walking, Rolt with a bit more of a rushed step, Eddie just kind of lumbering behind as y'all are starting to walk up. Which, as y'all walk up, Eddie's able to kind of meet the eyes of the sanctuary guards that are standing at the doors. And as everyone kind of walks up, the guards immediately, like their gaze, like you can see from their helmet, immediately look at Rolt, and the other one looks immediately at Eddie. And you're going to see one of the clergy who's kind of standing outside walk over to them, and it's in a form of common, but it's slightly off. They're going to look up to one of the sentinel guards, and you can pick up part of it, because part of it's still in regular common. You get the gist that they're telling them it's okay and stand down.
Did it sound like it was like coded or just a different dialect?
No, essentially a different dialect. So think of it like American English and then like Australian English. So American English would be the base common, but it sounded like Australian English is what they were saying to the guard. So you get the gist of what they're saying with a lot of the phrasing, but it's still kind of like, okay, why use that word? So, but with that, the sentinel guards put their halberds in more of a resting position as they kind of tap with their elbow, and the doors slowly open for you as you are able to walk in. As you walk in, this is a grand cathedral that just kind of spreads out in every direction. Gold inlays of pillars reach to the ceiling for support. Stained glass dome overhead depicts what looks to be a cycle of wealth, prosperity, generosity, and one that, if you were part of the religion, you would understand a bit more. But you get kind of the gist of recycling and tithing. It's kind of like the last one. As you walk in, there's pews upon pews as you walk down the main aisle. You can see there's rooms that kind of lead off to different areas, hallways that lead off. But as you enter in and you look forward, you see this grand almost stage with this raised pew sitting on top. Or stand, not pew, apologies. Podium, there we go. With what looks to be hundreds upon hundreds of candles that are lit behind them, with two major water fountains sitting both to the left and right of what looks to be a fairly important religious head standing at the podium. And then there's plenty of people who are just kind of either sitting in the pews or reading literature or speaking with other members of the religion, working with different clerics, or you can even see some paladins of the order kind of spread out through the room, some on more alert than others. But for the most part, you can just consider it a decently busy day for a church.
Well, is there someone that I should talk to?
We were told one of the head members, and I'm basically
You
just
would point straight to the person at the podium.
They told us to talk to the head member, and I just point at the center where the podium is.
Okay.
They would be helping us.
And they're expecting you, so.
Yes.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna walk that way then.
And then I'm gonna
Victoria?
wait. Where is Victoria in relation to? Well, because if I'm basically just.
Eddie would have been at the end. Are you closer towards Eddie or Rolt?
I'm closer
Rolt was
to
at the
Eddie.
front. Okay.
Because you're still trying to avoid like the plague.
I'm assuming Linus would have been kind of walking towards Eddie.
Yeah, he would have been walking with Eddie.
So,
At-
yeah,
at the
so-
very- at the very back.
Yeah, you would have to turn around to look at Victorian to kind of shoo him further. Don't be shy. And
Not
he's gonna give you a
shy.
slight shove forward. Like, for a large creature, it's just a playful shove, but from a large creature to a medium,
Yeah,
it's kind of a
It's
bit
like
more of a
almost
force.
face plants.
And like a couple of the people sitting in the pews nearby saw and like heard you going. And they just kind of look up at the Yetkin, who looks back at them and just, hello.
Don't mind me.
And you can tell there's quite a few eyes on you, Rolt. But at this point, you're kind of used to it as a Minotaur. One of the paladins does approach you, though, as you get closer to the podium.
Okay.
Medium-sized creature, again, kind of obscured between the tunic and armor kind of spread around on him. What may I help you with?
Greetings. I was told I need to speak to one of the head clergy about a condition I have.
Could you not have gone to a doctor?
I did. They sent me here.
At this point, Victorian, are you still kind of walking
Yeah,
forward?
I'm walking forward.
You would see the paladin let Victorian pass without questioning.
So, may I pass?
What is your true purpose here, Minotaur?
My true purpose is to get help.
Do I hear that?
Yeah. I was gonna say it's not being quiet. You
Okay.
can hear as you walk by, you can hear the paladin questioning Rogue.
I stop.
Can I do an insight check?
Most certainly.
Okay. Do I have any insight actually?
I was gonna say it would be wisdom.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait. He sees the insight.
13.
13. You get the hint that he's being a little unnecessary with some of the questioning, but you can't necessarily tell what it's coming from, but you have an idea.
My good sir, do you have a problem with my friend?
Oh, not at all. What are you here for?
We are both here to speak with the High Clergyman.
For what purpose? And this whole time, he's still looking at Roll.
Mm-hmm.
Like his helmet hasn't shifted.
Can I do an insight?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just there. I'm just hanging out with Eddie and Linus in the back.
As a matter of fact, with the two kind of just hanging in the back, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
Got it.
13?
8.
8. You're a bit distracted by all the gold and shiny that's kind of going on around
Oh,
you.
yeah, no, I'm casing this place the second I fucking walked in.
18, by the way.
18? Alright. You get kind of the idea that there's quite a few eyes on Eddie. 18 on the insight? Yeah, you can tell that this guy is unnecessarily accosting a Minotaur for being a Minotaur.
Sir, we were sent here by the guild to seek help.
Well,
Both of them were sent to get help.
and still just with... You can't really
Including the Minotaur.
You can't really see his eyes
Yeah.
through the visors of the helmet, but you can at least tell where his general look is at.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on him.
And yeah, his helmet, while still looking at Rolt, is going to say, "And that's fine. You may go speak with the clergyman." But
the Minotaur
the
too.
Minotaur stays.
The Minotaur too.
No, I'm walking in front of him.
You are having to look up. It's
Yeah.
about 6'8", the person you're talking to.
I am not leaving this spot.
I think Victorian's like, what, 5'8",
He's 5'11".
5'11". That was close.
I'm not leaving this spot without my friend. We were both sent here. We will both talk to the High Clergyman, and you will let us pass.
You travel with this beast? He's straight out going to say beast.
Oh.
Oh no.
And I'm gonna. Do I hear this?
You're kind of further back. So while it is average conversation volume, it's still, like I said, a busy church, so there's conversation going on, and you can hear chanting kind of in the background of it, but it's hard to hear what he says. You can tell the conversation got interesting because Victorian stepped in between them, and Evangeline is kind of also approached, but you can't hear what's being said.
How tall are you again?
Me?
Yes.
2'9".
Okay, so I'm gonna. Oh, I almost like nudge you with my eyeball.
I do. Any of those things be in this world?
But I'm just gonna go.
Because I have an idea for something.
And I point towards.
No, but are you
It's
wanting to note one of your brothers, or?
I have an idea for something, and I'm just gonna hit and we'll just see what happens.
There seems to be an.
Okay.
It looks like an altercate. Like I wouldn't be able to hear them, but can I at least like?
I'll give you an insight with advantage because you're kind of seeing eyes on Eddie, so you have a bit more. You have a bit more mental faculty to insight check what's going on with Root.
Advantage.
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Oh.
21.
21. Yeah, you can tell that at least the paladins in this church aren't exactly the friendliest to what would be considered beast folk.
I'm just gonna go. Linus.
Why?
There seems. It looks like there's a bit of an altercation over there from a quick glance.
Just go. What,
And just kind of, he can at least hear y'all kind of whispering. He's just gonna look down and go, "What seems to be the problem?"
And then I literally just point again, just.
Looks like they're talking to one of the paladins.
Yes. And they don't think it's going very well.
What makes you say that?
The fact that Rote looks very hurt right now.
Oh.
He can't see your face.
Well, but it's like the
But
shoulders.
like, I can kind of sense something, right? Like Victorian goes
Yeah,
up,
you got a high enough insight that you can tell there's something negative happening in that conversation. You may not be able to tell what's being said, but you can tell it's damaging towards Roll.
it's definitely something that I can't put my finger on it, but it's definitely a bit of a negative atmosphere over there.
They're probably a bit racist here.
Probably. Should we intervene, Linus, or shall we let them sort it out?
Character to character, or player to player. Let me try something first.
If it gets heated, then what's the thing? But let's just
Aye! As you hear from off to the side. What do you think you're doing here? As one of the other paladins that was keeping an eye on y'all walks over to the group of you three.
we're waiting on.
I'm not talking to you, short stack.
Oh, shit!
And this guy's maybe about 5'10", so like average.
Fine, stunning strikes works best either way.
Works
I'm
the same on dragons that it does on humans.
Yep.
And just in the flowing of the conversation, not talking to you, short stack. I'm talking to the Yeti. It's actually I don't care.
And I take it, I literally like stand up on the pew so I'm like more towards this
Wait, please, friends, please.
You don't see this happening behind you.
Oh, I don't.
This is
You're
behind
dealing
us.
with the paladin in front
Even
of
with the
you.
yelling and everything going on.
It's kind of loud, but I'll
You're
let
more
you do
hurt.
it with disadvantage.
Okay, perception
hurt.
check or.
Yeah, perception check with disadvantage.
Okay.
As you're currently dealing with your own
It's not bad actually. 15.
15, you could hear commotion behind you, but with the conversation, because this conversation's happening while y'all's conversation is happening.
Okay.
You just hear loud noise.
So, yeah, you can hear a couple voices being raised behind you, but it's hard to distinguish the actual, essentially, sound of if you recognize them or not.
I'm just like,
Okay.
if you got a problem with my friend, you've got a problem with me.
And he's going to look at you, and then he's going to like shift his arm a bit, and then you can see two more of the paladins making their way towards you. Now, Short Stack, you can either leave with your Yeti here, or we can make sure you leave and never be allowed back. And with this at the same time happening in y'all's conversation, it looks like your friend's about to be leaving, Minotaur.
Please, friends, have you heard of the paladin, Calendren? An Oath of Glory paladin. He went and he found my forefathers, a bunch of savages as you always called us. And rather than slaughtering them wholesale, he went and decided to spare us. He gave us a chance. My name is Rot, and I am from the Order of Taros, and I'm going to go and hold up the noble ring that I have on my finger. It says, I am not a beast. I'm not some foul creature, as my forefathers were. I seek the tenets of glory, and I seek the tenets of honor. Please, let me pass. I am scared, and I just want help. And is that a persuasion check, or?
No.
Fuck.
He is not one that can be persuaded, at least not by you.
Yeah.
As you raise your emblem to him, which to most would be a well-hearted speech,
Yeah.
he raises his visor and appears to be giving it a closer look, and then spits on it.
Oh.
And just as he does, you hear this ringing ting as the paladin that was accosting you falls over. As you notice there's what looks to be
Dental insurance?
a gold coin that is well lodged in his helmet, not piercing it, but dented in.
Dental insurance.
As what looks to be a bipedal crocodile is making his way with a cane toward you. I deeply apologize for my paladin there.
And I'm going to look behind me to make sure my friends are okay at this point, too.
After, let me see here, because there's going to be two basically. Oh yeah, no, the first one gets it. They immediately stop looking at y'all and turn and kneel. As you can still see one of the head clergymen at the podium, but you see everyone, at least of the clergy, either going to attention or kneeling.
Oh, I'm kneeling too then.
Then he's going to look at you and go, no, you stand.
That's quite rude. Don't do that.
We don't do that here.
Clearly you do.
You don't need to do that.
No. My paladin has offended you. You do not need to kneel, as I need to apologize to you.
Thank you, my good sir. May I ask, who are you?
Well, we can talk in one of our offices.
Okay.
Just know that his state of thinking comes from a place of loss. And we will discuss more in my office.
I understand.
Seeing like the three paladins that were in front of me just like freaking come to attention, I'm gonna take them and be looking at them.
And even like you can look, but I know you're standing in one of the pews, so you'll be still standing there. But the essentially bipedal crocodilian wafts his hand towards him, and Eddie and Strella are pulled forward, not violently, but slowly by the carpet underneath them, basically being beckoned towards the crocodilian.
Well, I suppose we have to be involved after all.
Hello, I'm Eddie.
Hi, Eddie.
And so do you choose to follow them as they're being kind of what's that word? Not conveyor. Yeah,
Carpeted.
conveyor. Well, conveyor
Like
belted
one
forward.
of those conveyor belts in the airport. You're
Yeah,
just-
just
The walking sidewalk.
Yeah, the walking sidewalk. We're in a walking sidewalk.
Now, if you'll come with me, as he slowly starts making his way down one of the hallways.
Yeah, I'm just
Following.
following it, and
And y'all can see the paladin just unconscious still. Just huge dent with a gold coin in it, laying basically between the pews.
Can I pick up the good? Just
You can try. Give me
Okay.
a strength check.
just, like it's just gonna be. No, die roll.
Dire roll! Dire roll! Dire roll! Dire roll! Dire roll!
oh,
Just trying to
That
avoid
missed.
that.
It's fine. 13.
Yeah, I was trying to.
I was
Yeah,
trying to avoid hitting on that.
You try, like, as you're walking by to quickly, like, pull the coin, but, like, it is not budging. Like, you feel like if you try to pull any harder, you may, like, break part of your nail, like, on the coin itself. It is in there.
He lifts the helmet.
Just take
I'm
the
nailed
helmet
it.
with me.
Oh, okay.
I'd be hilarious.
This is mine now.
This is my helmet.
I use psychic energy. Just ding, ding. Yeah.
But yeah, as you each follow the crocodilian, bipedal crocodilian, you kind of go down the hallway for a good couple minutes, and then you're led to. You're used to a lot of the doors here looking fairly ornate, inlaid with gold to silver, and kind of a mix of gems depending on what the purpose of the door is. This one is made of what looks to be simple oak. No heavy inlay of any material, just hand-carved oak. As you follow the bipedal crocodilian in, the room you enter looks to be far more plain than the church itself. Has a few electrical lights that light the room well. Small hearth for a fireplace. Simple mahogany desk sitting in the middle with what looks to be a hand-carved chair sitting behind it. And what looks to be some simple padded chairs kind of strewn in front of the desk with what looks to be a reading chair off in the corner with a modest reading selection of books and scrolls. Now come, have a seat, And he sets his cane to the side as he lowers himself into the chair.
Sitting down.
Well, so I believe introductions are in order. My name is Rot the Mule Slayer.
And he's kind of looking around before he speaks.
Mhm. I'm Victorin. Victorin Mavia.
Strap. A pleasure.
Evangeline Rosewater.
Linus.
My apologies for the chairs. I do normally try to accommodate, but it was a bit last second for all of, well, this.
It is unnecessary.
No, what my paladins did was unnecessary.
Yeah, about that. What?
But before we get into that, I am the High Pazar of the Church of Pluto. I am Krak. My folk do not have last name as much as yours does. And if you're wondering the spelling, it's C-R-A-I-K.
C-R-I-K?
We are simply named after the first sound we make at birth. Mine was the snapping of my jaws. So, crack.
You said C-R-I-K?
C-R-A-I-K.
Yeah. Craig.
but it's pronounced crack.
Hmm.
It's kind of like how people pronounce how cats make a noise in each different country.
Yep.
But I do apologize for my paladins. While I've heard of your order back in the mainland, many of the Minotaurs here in Drake are still very much savage. They had came back roughly, it's been roughly a year since they came back from having to essentially clean up after a small village had been decimated.
His village.
Not his, though, when he was younger, yes. They do not hold themselves to a standard that your brotherhood does.
Well, I do not agree with his methods, but I understand his pain now. So I shall not hold it against him.
But as a form of apology, I can at least offer my services.
Thank you. Victoria, do you wish to speak or shall I?
Checking to see the time before we get started on this.
You still have about 14 minutes, so no worries.
Well, I'm assuming we've had the same dream then. It was very strange. Nothing was completely off about the before we went to bed, but as I lied there in bed, I had a dream, and in this dream it was very dark and very Icarus-like, and then I realized I wasn't alone. I saw Root and kept hearing the words hunger, and I felt like I hadn't eaten in weeks. And the last part of the dream was a bit too much for me to describe.
One moment. And with that, he's going to get out of his chair. I would like to point out he's only about 4'8", he himself. As he walks over towards his small library of about 5 shelves near his reading chair, he pulls out what looks to be a black-covered book made of leather. And he flips it open, and as he's walking back towards you, a little bit slower since he doesn't have the aid of his cane, we've had similar cases towards the north of Drake, but nothing ever in this town such as what you've described to me. We've gotten reports from other clerics stating people seeing a ichor in their sleep and then having a ravenous hunger when they awake. But it's something that we are still trying to look into. It's something recent within the last few months. But it is strange, as I assume that none of you are from Drake, correct?
Correct.
No.
No.
It is very concerning.
I have visited but never lived here.
And I assume each of you are from the Adventuring Guild, correct?
Yes.
Also
Yes.
correct.
attempt to look into what may be affecting you, but I cannot guarantee that we can find an answer. But I can at least promise you I can try my best.
Please do.
What I can tell you is that it is not a curse. So that at least takes off some of it.
The second time was the
Yes,
trying to
we-
figure that out.
Have had many of our clerics try to detect any curses and nothing. We have tried to unveil what this might be, but none of our magic seems to diagnose, to put it in layman's terms, what may be ailing. But maybe with adventurers, as this has mainly affected commoners, we can hopefully find a answer, or at least get to some point of understanding. If the 3 unafflicted could please step out of my office for just a moment.
Okay.
You do not have to go far, just if you could please step out of my office.
Yeah, and like I tap Eddie
Yeah.
too.
Is this one of
That's
the
right,
things
Eddie's
where we
there.
need
The 4 of
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
If the 4 of you
Sorry.
could. No, you're fine. Please step out of my office. As John and Molly have kind of stayed in the main pews and just watched as y'all leave. Just kind of enjoying the literature. So Eddie kind of gets up, lumbers out with the 3 of you. And as the door shuts, Crick's gonna look at you and both of you go, watch your eyes, as this tends to be fairly bright. And he's going, none of you are divine casters, or you're a divine caster.
Yeah.
You can at least recognize that it's a cleric spell, but you aren't used to using it yourself. And being from a paladin order, you've seen it before, but you don't know its name.
Yeah, probably with my mother or something.
The room fills with what first seems like a gold powder that then sets in, almost in the blink of an eye, this room has its, it almost looks as much, if not more ornate than the rest of the church. As the room almost shifts in its own setting. I am going to attempt to see what may be affecting you.
Okay, should I be sitting down for this?
You were already saying that.
Oh, okay.
The chairs whenever you first came
Oh,
out.
okay.
If you would like to stand, you can. But sitting lets me at least reach closer to your heart. Is Victorian staying seated?
Yeah,
or
he's
is he
staying seated.
Okay. And with that, he walks up to both of you, putting his clawed, scaled hands over the middle of each of your chests. Now, this may hurt a little bit. And he is going to shove his hands into your chest. And I am going to need a wisdom save from the both of you.
Oh, because I'm so good
Unless
at
you are
that.
willingly let this happen.
I'm gonna willingly let this happen.
Apparently I'm not gonna willingly let that
Okay,
happen.
so give me a wisdom save.
Wisdom. Okay. How about a 9?
Not even close.
Nope.
His-
Fuck.
You're dealing with a high level cleric here.
Oh!
What are you doing?
And as he shoves his hands, you feel almost as if the essence of you has been shoved, and you're looking back at your physical body.
I was gonna say some Doctor Strange little shit right
Yeah,
here.
it
And let's say essentially an astral projection,
Oh.
Cool.
but one that's essentially forced into another. You seem pretty alright as you're feeling around your astral form, and Crack, gives you a nod as you seemed more calm, so he checked you first. And you're still stuck in your astral form as you follow Kreck's gaze as it looks over towards Rolt. And he's gonna be taken aback for half a second, as I am going to need a con save from you before you notice what's happening.
Oh, only from Victorian?
Yeah.
Oh,
Con save?
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, that would have been really bad.
that's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
That was
Alright.
almost a 2.
Almost rolled on.
You can feel your physical form retch for half a second as it goes back to a normal sitting. As when you gaze over towards Rolt, we'll find out when we come back from break.
Ah!
And we are back. All right.
And that's why they call him Cliffhanger.
As we left for the break, Victorian's physical form as his astral form was floating behind him was able to hold back a retch as both he and Krek looked over towards Rolt, and surrounding his astral form is this almost sludge-like consistency of ichor.
Do I see it?
You are.
It's
part
almost
of
like an
that.
eye floater. Like you kind of see it, but it's not there.
What? Is there something on my face? Are my horns alright?
There's a oily ichor that's just floating around you. What have you done recently?
I bathed last night. And as I'm looking around, do I see it at all or no? Like it's just outside of my field of view?
Just outside of your field of view, no matter where you turn.
I don't know. Victorian? The bard has been left speechless. This terrifies me even more.
It looks like the stuff from our dream.
I don't think we've had any recording of a situation like this.
Yay.
And essentially this all happens within like 6 seconds.
Yeah.
And then you are pulled back into your bodies.
Oh,
And with that, the room goes back to its very subtle looking design as when you first came in. My friend, I don't know what to tell you, but it's whatever is afflicting you doesn't seem to be afflicting your friend, at least not anymore. I haven't seen anything like this before, but here, and he's gonna kind of shuffle off a little bit faster towards his bookcase and grab one that looks fairly newer, and he's gonna hand it to you with a inkwell pen. And I can only ask that you hold out what you can and note down what may happen to you. I cannot guarantee your safety with this, but if you do not feel safe, I can at least give you a room here at the temple for you to stay. But we can, well, I feel like you would be our best bet to understanding what is going on here.
So there's nothing that you can do for me that you know of.
It is not a curse, it is not a wound, it is not a damage that we have seen before that I can cure or fix. It seems powerful of its own will, but we cannot pinpoint it. It is not of any clerical knowledge of our own or any set history. It's something new.
So I'm gonna kind of go and set the book down for a second, or set it in the chair next to him. Rod's gonna lean forward, and if you look close enough, you can see him just take a few deep breaths. He's gonna hold one, and then for like a 5 count, you're gonna see him shake, just tremble. Even the 2 rings he's got on his fingers are clicking together, basically. And then as soon as that 5 count is up, he goes still. Very well then. This is a challenge, and it is simply a test. For more glory. This shall not defeat me. He's gonna pick up that book, and he's gonna pick up the inkwell, and he says, I will return with an answer on how I've cured myself.
I will be looking forward to your return, and may Plutus and the divines watch over you.
May Tauros smile upon you as well, my friend. To glory.
To glory. And you can, like, his handshake is, like, soft,
Mm-hmm.
but you can tell the intent's there for a good handshake.
Victorin, it appears we have yet another quest to add. Are you ready?
I suppose so. There's really no other choice here.
Well, let's get at it.
Thank you for all your help.
It is... I do apologize that I could not help further.
It is all right. I shall not hold you accountable for what you can or cannot do. It is now up to me. And one other chance for glory.
For glory, my friend. And with that, he's gonna... Grabbing his cane, he starts walking towards the door with each of you. I will have a few notes of my own that I will need to write, but please feel free to stay as long as you need or ask any questions. My paladins should leave you alone.
I have one question about that. Do your paladins accept duels?
On occasion, yes.
Wonderful. I promise it shall not be of any deadliness.
I would advise against it.
Oh, is he that strong?
I just advise against it.
Fair enough. Well, I was planning on jumping into single combat with no armor and just simply fisticuffs. If I won, then it would have been honorable, and we could go about our way. If he won, hopefully got some of his aggression out on beast onto me, and would not put that aggression towards other beasts. But if he wishes for me not to fight him, then I shall not.
As y'all are exiting out the door,
Is there any, like, pictures or something hanging on the walls?
there's a few. You don't recognize really any of the figures in the photos. They seem to be kind of grainy, like early photos,
Okay.
like flash photography,
Mm-hmm.
like black powder flash photography.
Okay.
Do
Do they look very, like, straight, or, like, are they...
they seem fairly straightened. Nothing like
Don't. I know where you're going with this. Please don't.
what you doing.
tilting them up just slightly as I walk by.
Don't do this.
Not enough to really notice.
As you tilt it, like, are you trying to make it uneven?
Yeah, just slightly uneven.
He then proceeds to tilt every single photo you have from away here.
As you do, you're gonna hear a voice. Please don't do that. As it's not. You look, and the old man is sitting at his desk, like his face in the book. Give me a perception check.
6.
Roll. You would have heard the voice as well. You can give me a perception check if you want.
Nat 20.
Natural 20. I can see it from here. For a total of.
30.
I see it all!
So.
Yeah, 40 is when you start seeing it all.
You immediately, like, hearing that, you turn immediately to where the source of the sound came from, and you see the photo itself as the image is actually moving and looking towards Victorin, and then looks towards you and says, and it's a picture of Crick as well as what looks to be 2 other crocodilians, kind of. The 2 other ones looking disappointed. Crick kind of looking at you and going, "Could you please fix the frame?" Congratulations, you have witnessed an instance of living photography.
Nice.
Please don't do that. You can't do shit more. Runs away.
And as you actually tilt it back, the image of Craig, like the hand actually extends out and says, "Thank you."
Is it okay? How big is this photograph?
It's about a family photo.
Does it like reach out like full size hand or like little hand?
Little hand. Imagery hand.
Hands. So cursed.
You're welcome.
And it reaches back in.
More
And
important
then
things to do.
it goes back to like a still frame.
He just walks with his hands in his pockets.
I'm walking behind him.
Y'all leave his office. The four standing out in the hallway would see the two coming out.
Alright, so what's the verdict?
What's up?
Are you dying?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh?
That is alright, my friends. Apparently, I have some sort of condition that is heinous to look at. This one almost vomited. The cleric has seen many things in his ear and says he has no idea what it is. It is possibly incurable and will probably kill me slowly and painfully over time.
Wonderful.
This is a challenge. I shall overcome this, my friends.
If you like, at the end I could snap your neck. Make it quick.
Damn, Eddie.
Damn.
I might take you up on that offer. But
Listen, I've been around a lot of dying people in my day as a merchant. We go through battlefields. We go through areas that need medicine. I have seen people suffer. I'd rather not do it if I can help.
and to go out on one's own terms, there is still glory to be found in that.
If need be, we can fight it.
Oh, we are definitely fighting this.
Oh no, I mean at the end, if it would be better for you, we can fight.
Ah, I see what you're saying. We might actually.
Alright.
Make a better story.
Of course. Speaking of story, I'm gonna hold up the notebook. It's like, I apparently am needed to go and compile all of symptoms and experiences I have on this, so that others may gain knowledge from this.
But apparently
You can
I
add-
am-
You can add your little order for the damages to that pillow. First, right there.
But
Damages to a pillow.
I ate a pillow.
A chunk.
Oh,
A chunk.
and
that's probably not healthy.
It is not. But
Not
now we know why.
recommended.
Sort of.
but it also appears that I'm no longer affected.
No.
For
okay.
whatever reason.
So, out of character, yeah, why is Victoria not affected?
You'll have to find out.
Okay, I don't know if it's because I like didn't fail, or I failed one save and they didn't or something. I don't know. I don't know if it's like that.
May have.
May have. Okay, cool. Plot hook understood.
But yes, for now, I'm fine. Completely normal.
All right.
You're gonna poop out feathers later.
Oh,
That was
did
not a
he
mental image
eat
I
a
needed.
pillow as well.
Both of them have to pay for the damages.
Already
Not
paid.
at that point.
Am I still feeling like the intense hunger at this point or no?
Yeah, you still feel like your stomach is empty.
Okay.
Like
So
you don't.
who's up for lunch?
Oh, I checked. Wait,
What
what's the
time?
I wouldn't. I should get a watch. I should be like.
It's about 11:30 at this point.
Well, I suppose lunch would be fine. After that, we would have to
brunch?
start
Oh, I could
walking.
eat.
Fair enough. We will have to go onto our journey up north soon. We should probably.
Oh, you're needing to go north.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we gotta
Well,
meet up with the adventuring guild there.
Okay. Well, let me get my traveling cart off the boat, and I can come with.
You sure, Master Eddie?
I mean, I'm a merchant.
Oh,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Traveling is kind of my deal.
Fair enough.
I mean, Antwerp has the Dragoon, so that's the biggest city here.
And
Yeah.
you handled yourselves pretty well against the Kraken. So I figure it's at least a good convoy to move with.
Fair enough. So, we get lunch and, Eddie, will you meet us at the adventuring guild then?
Oh, I mean, am I not invited
Well,
to
I mean, of
lunch?
course you are. I just thought to save time to go get the cart and then meet us there and then have lunch there.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll meet you over there. Anyone want to come with me?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. I'll go with you.
I will
Alright.
join as well.
Would you like a ride?
Ooh. On the car?
Oh, I mean, like on my shoulders.
I'm already like halfway up there.
This is
You're
the
climbing that man like a tree!
Oh my! Oh my! I'm assuming that I would have ridden on Eddie's shoulders before.
Yeah. There'd be times where if you're hanging out with him and his brother and the crowd started to form, he would let you up on the shoulder.
Yeah, I'm already up there.
Well, I've never been on a get kid before. Very well. And then I just go,
I haven't had any complaints. And he's gonna lift you up, set you on his
I literally
shoulder.
just go,
And with that, he, having one hand holding Lioness up, the other one kind of reaches down and like lifts you up to put you on his other shoulder. Alright, we'll meet you back at the guild.
Alright, see you there.
And Eddie, with Lioness and Strella on his shoulder, starts lumbering out the front doors. The paladins from earlier just kind of giving quick glances, but then just kind of moving out of the way
That's right.
as the doors open.
Is that one?
Says the bard.
Is that one paladin upright now or no?
He's kind of coming to. Like, there's a couple of the clerics who are like trying to make sure he's okay.
Okay.
For reference, when he hit him with the coin, he did about 5d10 damage.
Holy shit!
Catapult at level what?
He's a high-level cleric. That's all I'm
Okay.
catapult to level what?
saying.
Because if he sees me, I'm just gonna be like,
You would get ideas that the cleric domain that they hold to is the arcane domain. Just from talking with any of the clerics or kind of feeling the magic that touched you.
yeah. So
It's-
that's light domain then? Yeah. Light or
it's-
flame, one of the two.
It's arcane.
It's the arcane domain.
Oh, it is arcane. Oh,
Yeah.
arcane
It
domain.
is an
okay.
arcane domain.
It's essentially the religious connection to the weave
Gotcha.
is what they use.
Gotcha. Okay. I forgot that was a thing as well.
Magic man.
Literally. Magic man. Magic crocodile man.
Like your funny words, magic man.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
All I gotta say is a level 6 catapult is kind of hard.
Oh, level 6. Gotcha.
Power.
Huh?
You gotta flex on him extra hard.
I mean, considering it was a level 10 paladin.
Yep.
Yeah. He gonna take a bit of damage.
Alright,
That's why
so
he advised
That's a lot of
against
damage.
fighting
Yep,
him,
fair
especially
enough.
if he got angry.
fair enough.
But yeah, so the three of you are kind of making your way through. People are parting pretty easily for Eddie, not deciding to be in his way.
I'm keeping an eye out for the little girl.
Oh,
Okay.
little red.
Okay,
Little Red Robin
go ahead
Hood.
and roll me a perception check.
Robbing.
Yeah.
And
Little
I'll give
Red
you
Robin
advantage
Hood,
since
yeah.
you're riding on top of Eddie's shoulders. You
Yeah.
kind of have an advantage point over the rest of the crowd.
Yeah, cool.
Since he stands roughly about 2 to 3 feet taller than the average height medium creatures.
And of course, they need me young, so okay.
Go ahead and roll the d20.
Yeah. What you said, advantage perception?
Yeah, advantage perception. So go ahead and roll with advantage.
Yeah, that's better.
That's 19.
19? Okay.
Yeah.
So, y'all are making your way through the crowd and making it back towards the port area.
Making our way.
Eddie does go down the port stairs, which kind of leads into an underdock area. But the three who are going towards the guild themselves, are you doing anything before heading back to the guild? And John and Molly have followed you as you've come out.
Okay.
Is there anything that we're needing to do?
I'm just gonna go straight back to the guild
They
and get
weren't
my stuff.
around when you were telling
Because I didn't
everyone
put on
else
my
right
armor.
outside the church or right outside the office door.
Okay.
So they don't currently know the full story of what's going on.
Okay. Okay. So they're gonna.
So you can choose to tell them if you want or keep it for now.
Yeah, we're gonna. I'm not gonna bother them. We're gonna keep this for now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna like you said, like they're coming up, like but they're still a little out of earshot just yet.
I mean, we can go to that point if you'd like.
Okay.
If you're at the door heading out, they're already behind you.
Okay. I'm gonna look at everybody that's present right quick and it's like, not a word. the children, please, on my behalf.
Is this before Eddie leaves with the other two?
Yes.
Or? Okay.
Yeah.
Mom's the word.
Okay.
And then Eddie leaves with those two on the shoulder. Are we gonna go get food, Ro?
Yes.
John pipes up.
Yes, we are.
Molly, are you gonna eat like you did for breakfast?
That remains to be seen.
Okay. Let's just remember, don't spend our vouchers, please.
Oh, don't worry. You will have your in fact.
He's like the airport dad who has everyone's passports because he doesn't trust any of you.
Oh, now airport dad is not sure if he trusts himself.
Hi, you
Dear
don't look like my
Dad.
child.
So,
Where did I get this random child from? You don't look like them.
Ro, Evangeline, Victorine, are y'all doing anything before you head to the guild?
No, I'm
I do
just.
not think so. Unless
Yeah, I'm heading to the guild because obviously I'm hungry and I'll get all my stuff from the room before we leave.
Okay.
I'm
So-
getting my stuff too.
might as well get a head start on
Okay,
you.
just gathering your stuff down so when you check out, it's already out?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Lunch first, room, check out, out.
Okay, so yeah, y'all are waiting for Linus, Strella, and
Yeah.
Eddie to come back. So, as you're gathering your things in the guild, or like, at least I guess straightening or relaxing for the moment, Eddie has taken Linus and Strella down to the Underdock, where you see a decently sized door. And Eddie's gonna kind of look slightly towards Linus and slightly towards Strella. Alright. If you're gonna get off me and walk, I highly recommend staying close.
Oh, what's that?
This place makes our slums look like uptown.
Oh.
Shit.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm gonna slide down.
I'm gonna stay on his shoulder.
I'm gonna just.
Eddie's gonna help you down.
I thought he'd be like this and I just slide down.
Do the
Yeah,
Fred
if you're
Flintstone.
going to slide, yeah, he just puts his arm down for you to slide down. I hope that was fun for you, like it was for me.
It's definitely a first time experience, and I can't say I didn't.
Sorry, was that too much?
I already knew what it was.
Okay.
I was just like, I'm going with it.
Roll with it.
I'll roll with it. And but if that's the case,
No, he didn't pop a fill or anything.
No, I know that. He's too nice.
You can tell there's an innocence to what he was saying.
Yeah. But I'll keep up. I'll like keep myself. I mean, it's not like I have anything valuable on me. What are you gonna do? Take my? What are you gonna do? Take the chain that's strapped to me? That's like 1 copper.
Alright, are
One
we
copper's
ready
one
to
copper.
go?
Yeah.
Strella, you ready?
Yeah.
Alright. And then he's gonna, it's a few heavy knocks, at least what it sounds like. To him it's just normal knocking. And then there's a sliding bar that opens to a viewport on the door. And Eddie kind of bends down to meet the eye level.
Oh, yeah.
He helps to hold you up so
Yeah.
you're not having to strain too much.
Yeah.
Eyes of darkness, wings of flame. And then the sliding gate, or the sliding viewport shuts, and you hear what sounds to be an extremely heavy lock slowly grinding against metal as the door opens. Alright, remember what I said. Don't stray too far. And then Eddie's ducking down, especially more so on his right side, so you don't have to worry about hitting your head on the door for the first time in your life. So that's what it's like. And as you enter, the door shuts behind you quickly, and almost like a hallway that widens out to immediately meet you. You see this sprawling, almost what would seem like a flea market, but it looks like it's a mix of a flea market and shanty town just spread out underneath the city.
Gotcha. Alright.
Let's get a move on. My cop would be with my friend on the north side of town.
Alright. So, yeah, I'm just keeping an eye out for anything right now.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me another perception check.
Yeah, that's not.
You get advantage because, again, you're kind of on a
Yeah.
towering figure. You can roll perception if you'd like as well. Just kind of helping to keep an eye out. Just Eddie's head seems to be on a swivel, but not like too worried looking around.
Alright, 16.
16?
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20? Alright. You don't really see too many people deciding to run up on a Yetkin.
Yeah.
Considering they're a large-sized creature to begin with. But you do catch a couple, like, simple street crimes where, like, there's probably a guy who runs up on a goods cart and grabs something and runs off, and people are like, "Hey!" And either street justice happens or they get away with it.
Okay.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of town guard down here.
Yeah.
However, you looking off in the distance, with your dirty 20, you can see what looks to be kind of like a medical tent, and you can hear you can hear the occasional groan and moan of pain, but you hear quite a few people, like, it sounds like they're saying the same word, but you can't make out what they're saying. But they sound pained while trying to say it.
I take and I like pat Eddie and it's like, hey,
What?
let's take a little detour and I like motion like around to like do a pass by over there.
He's gonna insight check you
Yeah, sir.
to see what you're pointing at.
Yeah.
He gets the general gist of where you're wanting him to go, so he starts walking that way. Oh, you needing medical attention? I would highly recommend you wait until we go back up.
No, I just want to see something.
All right. Strella, are you following
Yeah, I'm
along?
right beside. I'm right beside Eddie.
As you get closer to what basically can barely be called a medical tent, the voices start to get louder and louder as you get closer and more clear. And past the occasional groan of pain or moan of like sorrow, there's a small group of people who are complaining. Like it doesn't sound so much like they're in a major pain, but it sounds like they're complaining, and they keep basically trying to tell this nurse who's doing her best to help them that they're hungry. That they can't, they need food, they're hungry. And it's just radiating back and forth between about 6 to 7 different people.
Hey, let's hurry up. Let's go get your cat and get back with you.
Alright then.
Let's go.
And Eddie will make his way back to the main track where he was going. And so some time passes. Occasionally you can see someone try to give you like the shifty eye, but then you can tell their gaze looks back at the Yetkin, who every once in a while Eddie looks at the person if they seem to be staring for too long, and they just go
Oh, look, the floor is made of floor.
That
Cobblestone.
wall looks very interesting.
And just before you get to the shop, hey, long time no see.
Hey, how's it going?
As the two of you look down, and you can see it looks like a normal human, but with a top hat. And you would recognize him as the vendor as you first came in.
Help me out because I don't have my notes. What was his name again? Shit. It was like. God. I'm having a brain fart. Anyway, yeah.
It's okay.
You have to remind us. My memory is not that attentive to people I've met for the first time. What's your name again?
Hey, no worries. The name's Venda.
Nice to meet you. Or rather, good to see you again.
Feelings likewise.
That was the tiefling?
That's the people that had the human.
And I take it in. Like, I know it's a flea market, but it's kind of like. Could you still, from where we're currently positioned, because I know you said some time passed, could we still see like the medical tent from like
Not
really?
this part of
Not
town,
really.
no.
Okay,
It kind of just fades into the noise of the shanty flea market town.
fine. So, we passed the medical tent as we were coming in.
It's a real shame. Don't have much medicine down here.
Yeah. Towns like this rarely do for this type of, this type of area. Believe me, I'm familiar with that. But like, do they know what's wrong with them? Like, when did this all start?
I wouldn't actually know, my friend. I do apologize. But I mean, my guess is they don't have an answer for it. If they would, I don't think they would have people down here still.
That's fair. Is the temple doing anything for y'all?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say they're doing anything for down here. Have you seen any clergymen walking around? It's a real shame. Real shame.
Well, unfortunately, we gotta take. We're kind of on the run. We gotta take. We gotta get started on our quest from the guild. So.
I'm getting my card.
Yeah. So. I'm not trying to take any rude, sir.
Oh no worries, friends. It was just nice seeing you again.
Yeah. You take care.
And he's just gonna start walking off down kind of like a western path.
I'm just gonna say this out loud. Just no reason. Maybe I should ask if he has one of those hats. Maybe a little bit more subtle, but I'd like one of those.
You're gonna see a puff of smoke appear next to you. So you're interested in my wares? He got a 24 on his perception.
Yeah,
yeah.
I wasn't exactly hiding it either.
Yeah, that's why.
I was just like, well, I suppose, but unfortunately I don't have my gold.
Oh, well, that's a shame.
It is, isn't it?
Well, if you're ever interested, first shop on the dock on the left.
I'll keep that in mind.
And with that, he hops back down and.
Just, did he really need to waste a spell on that?
If you think it's a spell, sure.
Yeah, I don't know magic. I'm a psychic, not a magician.
Any spell to make a sell.
Yep.
Hey man, I'm a psychic, not a magician.
Hey, as a guy who has to get people's attention to come to my booth, I definitely would be using spells if I had to.
Prestidigitation everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
God, can you imagine the show I could put on if I had prestidigitation? Oh, man.
Why does it smell like gnome farts around here?
So, after that, it's only about another half block and then he gets to the shop. His friend's a hobgoblin as you come up to the counter. These friends of yours? Yeah, they're friends. This is Linus and that's Strella. Well, alright. What do you need? I'm here for my card. And he nods to one of his workers in the back. It's kind of shrouded back there, so unless you're trying to see, you can just see they look like small humanoids. As one of them sounds like they're groaning, like they're trying to strain to pull something. And you see another small humanoid run in that direction, and then another one, and then like 3 more join in. And after one more kind of gives a final pull, you can start to see this decently sized cart start to be, it's about a, I would say roughly about a 5 foot by 10 foot cart. That's being essentially hand pushed by about 8 goblins.
Obviously.
We got the cart for you. Well, thank you. And Eddie reaches forward as the goblins move out, and he just effortlessly with one hand pulls it. All right, we ready to go?
Yeah. Let's go.
All right, would you like a ride in the cart?
What?
And it's a simple like wall and base cart, so there's not like actual sitting spots, but you just kind of sit on the floor in the cart.
Just sit cross-legged. Just.
All right. Well, we don't want to keep our friends waiting.
This is very true.
Everyone strapped in.
I just grabbed Eddie's head.
Just look around. Just.
All right. And then Eddie like steps over the handrail for the push of the cart. Strela, you good?
I'm wonderful.
Great.
No, chaotic.
And you don't so much see this, but you can see this as Eddie's foot digs into the dirt.
Strella, hold on.
And as Linus is going to get that off, for instance, Yetkins have a base speed of 50.
Oh, shit.
So he is bolting it towards the front door. And there are people like trying to dodge, jump out of the way. Those who kind of get stuck or fall. If you're peeking over the edge, you can see this as you're holding on holding on, Linus. As a matter of fact, give me an athletics check.
Oh,
while
no.
you're holding on.
I'm stuck in the. This is less
Come on.
pleasant.
Let's go.
This is fine.
This is fine.
Are you trying to look over the sidewall? It's only about like a 3-foot sidewall. 9?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So
Not
as
for mine and
he
Get
feels
out.
you slipping,
Yep.
okay, yeah. Eddie quickly grabs you with his free hand and puts you back up on his shoulder. Go ahead and yours is a lower DC since you're holding onto a cart, but give me an athletics check as you can feel the wind rushing against you. All right, so you tumble back into the cart, but luckily that back wall you slam into, but it keeps you from falling out.
This is much less close than I thought.
4 points of bludgeoning damage as you slam against the back wall of the cart, kind of hitting more on your head than in your shoulders.
Oof.
And as you continue on, you can at least see as Strella's kind of like G-force machine holding against the back of the cart.
Eyes still emotionless as ever. This is unpleasant.
If anyone kind of falls in front of Eddie, like they can't get out of the way in time, Eddie like quickly grabs them and just kind of yeets them to the side so they're not ran over by his cart.
The good old Yeti heater. Yeti heater.
As you say that, nope. Eddie's actually gonna look over to you and go, "Yetkin Yeeta."
Sign.
Yetkin Yeeta.
I just syllables. Yetkin
I'll
Yeeta.
let you
There are
slide
no
this
brakes
time.
on this train.
Appreciate
Keep in mind, he's talking this normal pace while he's still bolting down the street.
It's like, okay, Yetkin Yeeta. Yetkin Yeeta.
And as y'all are approaching the main entrance, he does slow himself down.
Thank God.
But he doesn't even have to like plant his feet. He just casually slows himself down, and as about roughly 50 feet before the door. At this point, Strella, you would just be kind of rolling forward in the cart, but not that bad, so no damage worry, because it was a gradual slowdown.
This is
That smack though. That smack though is signifies pain.
Just have to look back at Strella and I'm like, you good?
Peachy.
And with that, the door does open. It's wide enough for the cart to go through. And the biggest thing you notice is there's no ramp down here.
Oh.
They were stairs when you went down them.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, the thing is though, as he's pulling the cart up, it goes. So Strella's having a real fun time with that.
I'm just standing my back. Just, Let the massage
Or if you
along.
want, you can get out and just walk up the stairs.
Oh dear lord.
Which you can rearrange yourself to like prop up on the front of the thing if you want, on the front of the wagon.
Yeah, I'll just do that. Just
Okay.
No,
I'll
you're
let you
not
do an
going.
athletics check with advantage since he's taking it slow and you're holding onto the front of the cart.
okay. Okay. 17.
17? Alright, yeah. So it's a little bit bumpy, but Eddie's trying to take his time and go patient so you're not just going.
Unpleasant.
So it's bumpy, but it's a lot less bumpy than it would be if you just went. I'll reach up and again, you actually see the first tent on the left on the dock, but it doesn't look like the tiefling's there.
Yeah. Oh well. I don't have my gold on me anyway.
I mean, you do see other shopkeepers in there. It's just he's not there.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't have my gold on me. I forgot my wallet, boys.
As you are, where is your gold at?
In my room.
Oh, you left nice.
Yeah.
So, as you're making your way back through the crowd at this point, as it's roughly about 1 o'clock, or not 1 o'clock, geez, that'd be forever. I'd say about 12:30. Been about an hour to get there, get back, and deal with everything in between. It's kind of pretty busy hours now because there's a lot of food stalls and everything on the first part of the dock. So Eddie is having to move a lot slower to try not to, bump people up here and do anything that might get y'all in trouble. We are gonna be a little bit. As he kind of looks over the lioness and back towards Strella. I can't exactly move too quickly through a crowd like this. So I do apologize if it takes us a bit.
That's alright.
Hold on. And he sets down the push bar and steps off to the side. Strella, if you could get out of the cult for a moment. Okay. And on a natural 20, for a total strength check of 50, he just lifts the cart, flipping it upside down, and holds it over his head. Alright, we ready to move.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm walking directly in front of Eddie.
Just, I would have said something like.
Go for
it. Is that in character though?
Okay, that's fine. Just
incoming.
So yeah, as y'all are moving forward, are y'all still wanting to do perception checks or?
I'll keep an eye out.
I'm still keeping an eye out.
Okay,
I
both
know
of you
how-
roll perception checks.
I don't know how it goes
This
with
is
rogues.
technically a new area as y'all re-enter.
I don't see shit.
13.
That's it. 14.
Alright. Luckily my dice rolled crap. It was a 2 and a 4 on dice. Even with a plus 11. You do hear in the distance, Mommy!
I look directly at Strella.
Eddie's still walking forward.
Might be the only shot.
I'll leave it to you and I'll follow your lead.
Alright, well, what's the chance?
Keep walking forward.
Okay. Alright. So, with Eddie lifting the cart above his head, makes it a lot easier to move through a crowd of people. And a crowd of people already were more than willing to kind of move out of Eddie's way as a Yetkin. But now that there's a Yetkin holding a giant cart over his head, they kind of are a little bit faster in moving out of the way. So, it takes about another 30 minutes dealing with traffic through people and then eventually getting into the main road and onto the Adventuring Guild. So it's about 1 o'clock now as you enter into the guild. And you can still hear the clattering of pans and the smell of food entering or filling the room as you reunite with your friends who've been waiting for you.
I take and I look at them because
I'd like to point out Eddie has parked his car outside.
Just walk in. Where do I put this?
It's like in Pokemon when you have an Onix. It's like in Pokemon when you have an Onix following you and you go into a Pokemon Center.
Real quick, did Strella take and hear the whole, hunger and everybody down there?
I was there right next
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay,
say,
I
as
just
long as
wanna
Strella
make
was
sure.
following y'all around,
Okay, I just want
when
to
y'all got closer, it wouldn't have mattered the perception
I-
check.
I look at Strella, and then as we approach, I look at Victoria and Evangeline, and I'm just like, because who has the biggest room? Like basically.
They're all.
They're about to say the same.
Well, the one who would have the biggest one technically would be Ro because he had his ward, so they
Right.
upped his room.
All right. I look. Your room now.
Okay.
Do we
Alright.
have to go to the room? As John pipes up.
John, Molly, would you mind hanging out with Eddie and keeping him?
I thought that was a
Eddie,
cat.
would you mind
I
hanging
thought
out
that was
with
a
us
cat.
second?
Just me.
Eddie looks over to John with a bit of a grin.
We're not doing Parcheesi.
no.
All hail Parcheesi!
All hell
Don't have
about
it happen.
Yeah, as you say that, he goes, Lioness, you're no fun.
Yeah, I'm a real spoiled sport, and I just keep walking.
Can I make an insight check to see like how serious he's talking about this?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. I don't think I have very much insight. And that's a pretty bad roll. Come back up. Come back up. No. Come back here. Come back here.
It's okay. You would, even with it being low,
11.
it would be, you would see Eddie going, yeah, you should go with him.
Okay.
Alright, kid, let's go get some candied apples. I know a merchant in the square. And then John goes, okay, and Molly looks happy. You can see her front two hooves kind of clopping really quickly. And so Eddie walks out
I'm
the
seeing
doors
Pinkie
with...
Pie vibes.
But yeah, I take
It is happy stemming. Just
Don't worry about it.
I don't know what a pinkie pie is, but okay.
My Little Pony.
I don't know what that
Friendship
is.
is magic. That is a lie. You know what My Little Pony is.
It's more
My
like I've
friends.
seen it, but like I don't know what the hell that is.
My friend, I shall introduce you later.
Please don't.
Please
Please
don't.
Good show. So yeah, no, I
Oh
just,
no, Roach is a brony.
but I take and thanks Ken now. But no, I take it. I very hurriedly like not to where I'm running, but like I'm having urgency when I walk.
Zooming.
The halfling is walking faster than normal. Okay.
I just pictured Rob just walking the same speed, like a little bit slower.
Yeah, just walking slower to keep up with Linus so he doesn't outpace him.
Longer legs and all that.
Yeah. All right. So I get up to Road's room and open it, and it's like everybody in.
Alright.
We're in.
All right. Close the door.
Shut.
All right.
Door shut.
You're not the only ones dealing with this. We just came from the Undercity. There's a whole... Long story short, there's an entire flea market slum city underneath this one. We were passing by a medical tent. I heard some stuff.
Like some I'm hungry kind of stuff?
Yes.
Wonderful.
So you're not the only ones here. And I asked around a bit, and they said that they've been dealing with this for at least a couple of weeks. So, I'm thinking, alright, I'm no magic caster. I know very little about the ways of the stuff. But alright, we were sent here on our mission to take and figure out weird shit going on a mass scale.
And this definitely qualifies as, quote, weird shit on a massive scale.
Here's the thing though, the weave is magic, right?
Yes.
And I'm just directly looking at most
Yes.
of okay. We have been sent to figure out disappearances about the weave, right?
Yes.
He ate magic.
Oh.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yes. He ate my spell.
You've heard me explain this already to the doctor and to the priest.
I'm sorry, I was completely in a different mind space.
Yes, after I ate the feather and then I ate the wax apple, I decided to eat her magic as a garnish.
Rolt, as y'all are talking, roll me a wisdom save.
Oh, fuck.
Oh boy.
Oh, no.
Eh.
Oh, did you see that?
Yes, yeah.
That would be a 13.
13. As you are talking in regards to food and eating, you start to lose track of the conversation. As in the back of your mind, growing in intensity, you just hear the repeating phrase of, to the point
Oh,
where
bigger.
your conversation completely fades into you just focusing on the word.
Okay.
Would I notice this?
Yeah, you would notice his speech patterns start to drift.
Probably also notice the drool.
We should probably get him some
Rose?
food.
I take my quarterstaff and I whack him on the head.
Does he have to roll for that, or?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Just roll the hit. Do you want it to do damage or superficial?
Superficial.
Okay.
He's not wearing his armor, by the way. So
Yeah. So this is gonna be just 10 plus.
your dex.
Yeah.
So, interesting thing. So, lizard folk, dragonborn, those with scales, is it's actually, they get the 10 plus dex. If you do not have any natural armor, your AC is 10.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So yeah. Did you beat a 10?
So that was something I had to double check.
Does a 22 hit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 10.
You more than double what his AC is currently.
Yeah.
The bop.
So, I just.
What?
You go.
Actually doesn't knock you out of it.
Oh.
As a matter of fact, roll me an intelligence save.
Oh shit!
My face went. That's not good. It's not a dire roll, but it ain't good.
That's a 3.
You look up towards the source that kind of shook you a bit. The voice still, feed, as drool begins to fall like a fountain.
Guys. Big
You
guy.
make eye contact with Linus.
Road?
And he looks
Was that a little too much?
freshly, like a freshly grilled pig. Inspiration point for that.
Inspiration point.
I already gave him one. I gave him one. As a reminder, to everyone at the table and everyone at home, inspiration points that, at least at my table, inspiration points are treated like luck points. Specifically for your allies. So you can have an ally reroll a dice with essentially giving them advantage. It cannot affect the DM's roll, but it can affect an ally's roll.
I was laughing so hard I didn't even hear you say that to him.
It's all good. So, yeah, so you can go ahead and mark an inspiration down. Give me a wisdom save.
Oh boy.
How's a 19 do?
You are able to. You can recognize this as still as Linus, but your brain is still imaging food in front of you, so you can restrain yourself. Feed.
Road.
And you will take 1 point of exhaustion
Oh wow.
as you are resisting this urge to eat.
No cannibalism.
It's
No
not even
cannibalism.
It's not even cannibalism.
Yeah, you go into conditions,
Conditions. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Technically.
and then you scroll down all the way to the bottom and hit one.
No friendly.
Ability save senses,
Halflings
skills,
are
actions,
friends,
inventory
not
spells, features,
food.
transfers, languages,
All the way down to
description,
the bottom.
notes.
Oh boy.
Exhaustion's all the way at the bottom.
The bottom of what page?
Under the conditions.
I don't have conditions on here.
It's up at the top.
Oh, that's where. Okay, thank you.
And eventually the voice kind of fades back. You can still hear it, but it's almost like it's a distant echo.
Are you good?
Rose, can you speak to us?
I need to go have that lunch now. And I'm just gonna start walking out.
Let's go
Yep.
get you some food.
You are moving your full speed.
Okay, yeah, 30 feet.
No, you are run 4 times. You are
Oh.
dashing down.
Okay,
You feel, if you even think of food, you feel compelled to get to it.
gotcha. Okay.
And as he bolts off, I was just like, alright, so don't mention food around the big guy.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and grab my stuff before I go down.
With
Damn,
that,
I was gonna grab my stuff, but now I can't.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all
You
are in
guys
Rolt's
would.
room. Y'all can grab Rolt's stuff.
We'll grab our own stuff.
Okay.
Like he's
Yeah, I'm just leaving.
And so eventually everyone kind of grabs their own things and meets Rolt down there, who's already probably, by the time you gather all your stuff, he's probably already spent 2 to 3 vouchers on food.
Oh, so it's not all you can eat buffet, huh?
There's a point.
Gotcha.
They made it
basically,
a
you can
point.
you can stack your plate all you want whenever you give a voucher.
Gotcha.
But coming back for multiple times, they require a new voucher each time.
Oh, good. Then I just won't ever have a seat. I'll just stay there and we just continue refilling.
You have to move because there's a
Oh.
line.
It's like that episode of CSI where the dude went and ate himself to death.
But as y'all are getting back down there and eating your meals and everything, and there's kind of a holding spot near the front desk where you can put your effects until you're ready to leave. At this point, Eddie with John and Molly have come back. John looking at least, pleased with the experience of a candied apple. Eddie having like bits of caramel in his like hair around his mouth. And then you see Molly who's holding 4 candied apples on sticks in each hand and like another one that's like being chewed on in her mouth as she's walking towards the table with
She's
you.
not walking, she's vibrating with candy energy.
Sugar cone, sugar cone, sugar cone.
And they're gonna sit
what a
next to
caramel
y'all with
wasted.
Eddie choosing the stand because the seats aren't exactly the most comfortable unless you can get 2 of them. So we had fun. What about you lot?
I'm just gonna point at Roll. Just, I feel like, are you still at the buffet line?
Grand old time.
Just,
I don't know.
just.
I would say at this point you would probably be finishing off your 3rd plate.
I look at
Okay. And I'm just like, just compelled. Like, I can't, there's no save for this one. I'm already failed my save, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to take a 2nd point of exhaustion, you can restrain yourself.
Ooh.
But you can feel like it's a pretty large.
Refresh me on conditions. What is a first and second point of exhaustion
So
do?
first exhaustion, I believe I actually have a chart.
You should have a
Yeah,
turn on
you
the
do have
back.
a starting now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the back here. Exhaustion. So 1 point, disadvantage on ability checks. 2, your speed is halved. 3, you have disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws. 4, your hit point maximum is halved. 5, speed reduced to 0, and at 6 points of exhaustion is
Yeah,
death.
die.
Which is fine. We can fix that.
We can fix this.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna
But
take
you
another
still
point
have
of exhaustion.
Point of-
You can
still
also
have
ask for help.
A point
the
of
Okay,
other
ask for
5 points of exhaustion
Okay.
Yeah.
after you get.
So
Revived.
who's all present besides John and Molly?
Everyone.
Okay.
Everybody.
We're all here.
So help me, please. I don't want to do this.
Okay.
Eddie, give him a good hard whack.
Should I hit him?
just try to hold his hands, like hold his arms. Restrain him.
So it's going to be a opposing strength check.
Oh boy. Okay.
'Cause he's essentially
You're
trying to
gonna
grapple you
lose.
to lift you.
Okay. So just straight strength rolls. Okay.
You
Good.
know, yeah.
Good.
I was going to say, does it beat a 22?
No, it does not. Thank good. It's only a 7.
Okay. So he gets in control of the grapple, and he's going to start lifting you up, being in control of it. What do I do now?
Just hold on to him, lady.
Let's finish
Alright. Y'all can
Do I-
tell John and Molly look very concerned at this
Do
moment.
I have my wits about me at all?
Half and half.
Okay. Get me away from food. Don't talk about food. Get me out of here. Get me away from this.
Alright. Okay. And Eddie, not even asking questions, he's just gonna bolt towards the front door.
I guess don't just open and I take
And then he's gonna, as he gets you outside, he's gonna realize there's like 3 or 4 food stalls outside of the guild. So he's gonna keep running with you, essentially.
I'm just following Eddie.
He heads up to north side of town, and then he thinks he's safe, and then you and he both get a whiff of food as y'all are in a merchant town. And so he's going to keep going as far north as he can. At this point, it's about 3 in the afternoon. Eddie's pretty
We're headed north
tired at
anyways.
this point.
Headed
And you
north
finally
anyways,
reach the outer limits of the city. As Eddie's just, oh, you good yet? And at this point, there's no whiff of food or anything that resembles it. It's just trees and
Starts grazing.
As far as I can think of, just don't mention the F word.
Linus has been trying to keep up with a Yeti who's twice his moves. You know, give me a acrobatics check to see if you can at least tail him without losing him.
Alright, acrobatics.
Attempt.
Ooh.
Okay. 24.
John and Molly could help y'all pull the cart if y'all want to follow after them.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
follow
we'll
after.
They have a combined enough strength to pull the cart without any
Had
issues.
enough sugar energy.
I was about to say, Molly is slowly outpacing John, who's having to really try to keep up. So, go ahead.
Gotta go.
I was going to say,
Speaking of gotta go, what is Rope feeling right now in his stomach? Because all that is gotta.
empty.
So it's not going anywhere. Like my gut isn't.
You
bulging
have
out?
not had a feeling that you need to make a bowel movement. You don't look like you have an extended gut. You look perfectly fine and healthy.
Wow. Okay.
Are you still drinking while they're following them?
Yeah, just
The half-orc's gonna yell at you, "That's our cup!"
We almost had a spit take.
That's he actually rolled high enough to catch that.
Funny. Don't do that while they're taking a drink.
If we get a spit take during this campaign, mission accomplished.
Yes.
So-
Shit.
Eventually, what was your acrobatics?
17 plus 7, so
24.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to at least tail him. There is a good distance ahead of you, but you're keeping up. You're bobbing and weaving through traffic and kind of running alongside a building at some point. But you are able to at least keep up with him. The rest, go ahead and give me base perception checks, because essentially you're trying to hold on to sight of Linus.
Sight of Linus.
Okay. John is able to at least keep track of him, so he's kind of helping Molly to
Not a die
keep
roll.
course.
Still not good, but not a die roll.
26.
26.
You said perception?
Yes.
That's a 12.
And record.
15.
Okay. So it's the DC check is a lot harder whenever you're first leaving. So luckily, John's 20 is able to keep track of Linus, and then eventually each of you are able to see him as the traffic thins as you go further north.
I see all. Sometimes.
I was about to say, because you got a total of
26.
26. So yeah,
Cool.
you and John are both able to keep a track of Linus through the most difficult part of it. You do eventually catch up with Eddie, who is now slowly setting down Rote.
Well, at least we have a head start going north.
Yeah.
You could say that. I'm gonna sit down for a second.
Should we rest here for the night then?
It's literally right outside the city.
It's only like 3 o'clock right now.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well.
Eddie had been running for about 2 hours.
Yeah.
Like slowing down occasionally to catch his breath and like.
He's holding a minotaur, so.
Yeah,
He's
I mean
holding
he
a
has the
minotaur.
strength to do it, but he's like.
It's like
He
a
is currently sitting on the ground
Let's
with a point of exhaustion himself, having to pull basically essentially a racehorse's task over a small city section.
we should probably at least take a rest here for now.
They sounds good to me. And Eddie's just gonna flop onto his back and take a quick nap.
Oh dear.
So
John and Molly are both just. Is it okay if my sister and I take a moment?
Yes, of course.
Cool. And Molly's
wrong?
going to eventually just immediately pass out, and John's going to lean up against the cart and
How's
kind of
Rock
rest.
going for? Now that he's been
roll-
set down.
You are now back in kind of control of your mental faculties.
okay, but I still have that point of exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You don't get rid of points of exhaustion unless someone casts lesser restoration on you, or you sleep.
Okay, so it has to be a long rest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Nap sounds good as well.
So, everyone taking a short rest?
Yes.
Okay, if you took any damage, you can expend one of your hit die to gain back health. So it'll be your hit die plus con. So, like, for instance, if you have a d8, you roll a d8, add your con.
I get more than what I wanted.
So you gain back the damage you took from being slammed into the cart.
Yeah.
So, what's everyone doing during this roughly about 30 minutes?
Is John still awake?
Yeah, he's just heavily breathing and relaxing.
During this rest, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna pull up that book, and I'm gonna go and just start with, the date, what happened in the dream, and I'm just gonna like chronicle everything that's happened up to that point.
Okay.
And again, I look at Victoria and Evangeline, I'm just like, is there any way that we could take and find something to take and maybe help boost our chances of keeping whatever the hell is affecting Rote, like, keep it off of us, make sure that because, no disrespect intended to him, but like,
And I'm going to kind of like take this aside from
Yeah.
him.
dealing with one of us in this state is bad enough. I don't want it to take and happen to another one of us, because I don't know what we're gonna do with that.
Completely fair. It wasn't fun.
How did you break it last time?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't understand it.
As y'all are having this conversation, you hear the slow but forward-moving stepping of hooves as John, finally catching his breath, comes over and goes, "Okay, listen. We've been through a lot, traveling with Rote. My sister's asleep. I want to know what's happening. If it can affect me and my sister, I have to know what's happening."
Is there still a week for this?
Rote went somewhere else to try and not think about the F word and to write down his notes.
I can't wait for when it's necessary, and I'm just gonna stare at the enemy. Run! Food.
Oh no!
Welcome to the
careful with
Chaotic
that.
Neutral Club!
Jesus Christ, you're right.
But as John has approached you, you can tell
Desperate
the meter is
times
very
only.
serious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, he's back to the capitalism.
Better with words than I am.
Huh? Should I give you the long or short of it?
Whatever gives me the most information to keep my sister safe would be best.
I'll give you the. Well, Victorian here could certainly.
Yes.
I don't care who says what, just tell me.
Well, being one who's experienced what Rope's going through, I probably could speak a little bit better about it. This doesn't get back to Rote.
Fine, whatever. What is happening?
So me and Rote had a dream. In this dream, it was pitch black with a lot of black ichor. And we both felt like we hadn't eaten in weeks. We saw each other and very graphic things happened after.
Okay, but what does this have to do with
I'm
how
getting-
Rolt's acting?
I'm getting to that. When we woke up, we still felt that hunger. Something happened in that dream to both me and Rote. I no longer have it. For whatever reason, I no longer have that issue, but Rote is still holding on to it for whatever magic or being or whatever. But there's a lot of uncertainty about it. A lot of things we don't know. The church couldn't help him. So for now, we're just taking notes about everything he's experiencing. And right now, from what it seems like, anytime there's mention of food or something of the sort, he becomes like this.
And as you're going through explaining all this to John, Victorn, make me a perception check with disadvantage as you're currently talking. Rolt, you will immediately see this.
I will what?
You will immediately see this.
Okay.
Darrow.
Oh,
dire
roll. Dire roll.
First roll.
Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll.
14.
14. All right. So, you're talking and just you barely catch a glimpse. You ignore it though, as it just seems like something, maybe a bird or something that flew out of your peripheral, as you're trying to have this serious conversation with John. Have a roll, as you are currently away from the rest of the group, trying to keep your mind distracted. You see this emaciated looking body walking towards you. It's humanoid, but there's no clothing. And what you could assume is flesh looks like it's wriggling. Like it's moving around its own skeleton. And you'll hear a voice in your head as it raises its finger towards you and points towards the horizon.
Which direction? North, south, east, west?
If you were of your mental faculties, you would know immediately off the top of your head.
Okay.
Give me a quick intelligence check.
Can I tell if he's pointing towards the city or away from the city at least?
It's away from the city.
Away from the city, okay.
You know that.
Intelligence, you said?
Yes.
It's a 4.
A 4? He's going to point while still making eye contact with you, his arm and hand almost looking like it's going to fall off. His fingers looking as thin as bones, but with wriggling flesh still moving. Feed. And before you have a chance to even blink, it vanishes from your sight.
I need some help over here.
I hear
All
that.
right.
Do we hear that?
How loud were you yelling it?
Yes, loud.
All right.
Roll.
Yeah, y'all can hear him. He's yelling it.
I'm obviously not going to yell in a closed space, so. Yeah.
Good thing it's disadvantage.
I'm running over.
Okay. Molly is still fast asleep.
Okay.
And Eddie wakes up. And John is running over with everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming like is it a wooded area or is it rolling plains? What is it?
This area is kind of pretty well cleared. There is trees in the further line that kind of starts to go around the road, but you can tell this area has been pretty cleared just for city expansion.
Okay. So I wasn't like leaning against a tree or anything.
No.
Okay.
And this was right in the middle of the road where you saw it.
Oh. Okay. So I'm still staring like where that thing was, and who gets to me first?
Probably Linus.
Yeah,
Or he's the
Probably
fastest
Linus.
runner.
He's the
Actually, John would be the fastest
Yeah.
with a base speed of 40.
John.
Yeah.
John,
So
then
he would be
Linus,
running up.
and then everybody else.
Bro, what's wrong?
Do I hear him? Obviously behind me or no?
Yeah, you would still. You could hear them. It's you. You don't have the voice in your head right now.
Okay. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna be looking just where that thing was or where that thing was, and I'm gonna point in the same direction that he was pointing. I'm gonna go, what is in that direction? I'm not gonna look that direction.
Since you couldn't get an exact location on where he was pointing.
Okay.
Your point's kind of in a vague area of it.
Okay.
But you're asking a lot of people who haven't been to Drake, and Victorian would have a general idea of in that vicinity that you're kind of pointing around to. Would be anywhere from, if it's north, the capital of Drake. If it was northwest, you'd be looking at Rhinebrast. Let me see here. Sorry, I'm pulling up the map. I'm map. We can't sing it too much because it's copyright. If he was pointing towards the northwest, you would be looking at Rimtool. If it was northeast, you'd be looking at Crickbridge.
And we're not going there.
And even further north would be Zitgau, as far as like the major city-states go.
Okay, but it's like north or northwest is where he was pointing.
You don't know.
Fuck.
You just know it was away from the city.
Away from the city.
So
Okay.
That was what the intelligence check was for.
Gotcha.
But do we know like the direction he's pointing at?
He doesn't know an exact direction to point at.
But is it like you said, northwest, something along that vicinity?
His point's just about everywhere.
Okay.
He got a 4.
It's
Mhm.
just like
To try and
in that
pinpoint.
general direction.
Yeah.
He pointed away from the
That
city is
could
the
be
best
a
that
lot
he can
of
tell you.
things
Okay.
as we are in the bottom corner.
I just saw something. A humanoid figure. Skin tied against it. Nothing but bones and flesh tied against his body with it almost looked like it was wriggling.
Yeah.
It looked at me. Pointed in that general direction. I didn't
He
look.
just arcs around.
Yeah. It's like I didn't want to look.
That could.
And it looked at me
Jesus.
and said the F word.
He looked at me and said the F word.
I'm just gonna like.
The word that shall not be named.
Yes.
Alright.
Starts with F and ends with D.
Anybody?
Oh.
It's like, is anybody good at tracking? Like, can see footprints or anything?
We don't
This
even. If you say it just vanished, it's likely it didn't leave
I have a
anything.
+5 on survival.
By all means, have fun.
You can try, sure.
What am I looking at? What am I looking for?
Footprints or movement or anything? I don't know.
17.
I mean, it's a pretty well-worn path.
Just
doesn't look like there's anything out of the ordinary.
there's
Yeah.
nothing here.
That's I.
Well,
Turn
that's
undead,
absolutely.
turn undead, turn undead!
It's like that is absolutely
Ooh,
terrifying. Oh, oh.
Hold on. I can do. I might be able to do. Can I do?
Turn
Do
on.
what?
You can use help.
I hope I can do. Can I do?
What can you
Oh.
do? If it's turn up dead, there's nothing here.
Well, I have turn undead as well, but I have speak with dead too.
But there's nothing here to talk to.
Speak with dead.
I know there's nothing.
There's
There's no
nothing
body.
here.
Speak
Oh,
with
I will tell you, there's nothing there. Like it just
Okay.
it's an open road in front of you.
If there was a body still there, then yeah, you could do that. But without a body, we can't do it.
And he's gonna look over to
know
Roll.
this.
Do you need me to
Victoria
hold
doesn't
you
know this. I
again?
know this.
Not yet, my friends. Maybe later.
Okay.
It's like, do I want? Well, no, there's nothing there, so I'm not gonna do a divine sense again.
This
Hmm.
as Rose regaling everything, like I'm listening, but I'm also like side-eyeing John after hearing all that Victorian told him.
You can tell that John looks concerned.
Yeah.
But he's just gonna look back and go, okay, understand there's a lot of stuff going on right now. I'll do my best to keep Molly out of this.
I'm sorry, John.
It'll be okay. But I'll do my best to keep Molly distracted. I
know.
Don't be as obvious as what you just did earlier. Luckily, she was more worried about why we were running than noticing why we were running for.
I understand.
And she at least still looks like she's asleep, so I don't think she's seen any of this.
Alright.
So,
Where is my gear?
Card.
Yeah, it's in the car.
I'm gonna go ahead and go over, and at this point it's like, alright, I have a general direction, I have a mission, and I have a goal. To glory, my friends. And I'm putting my stuff on, and I'm like, we don't have an exact heading, but we have a generalized area.
And as you're doing all that and all the movement, Molly is waking up. Are we heading out now?
we
Yeah.
do need to head to Dragul, so might as well head that direction since that's kind of in the vicinity.
We're to meet up in the midway part in a small town.
Long.
Yeah.
So, best time as any.
Let's get moving. Yep. Molly, are you ready, my dear?
She just does a small stretch after having a sugar crash. Goes, yeah, I'm ready.
Wonderful. Anybody else need rest?
No,
Ready?
I think the rest of us are good.
No, I'm fine. If anyone needs to sleep, you're welcome to get in the cart.
I shall take first watch tonight if you all will allow me to rest.
Oh, I mean, it's not even close to night time yet. It's like 3:30 at this
I
point.
know, but I've got a level of exhaustion.
Good. I mean, you can take a long rest overall walking.
You can
In a way,
rest
yeah.
in the cart and take some time for yourself.
Well, you said we're heading north, right?
Yes.
Where are we going?
Well, first stop is Dragul.
I already forgot the small town name again.
Long.
Long. We were supposed to meet up with an adventurer.
Brutus, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
Brutus Strong.
Brutus.
Brutus Strong.
We'll meet up with them in Long.
So, to Long then.
Yeah, too long.
Too long.
And with that, you take off. It will take a couple days of travel to reach Long. As you do, there's easy sleep that reaches with a long walk for each of you. As everyone kind of gets to sleep, as there are waypoints, being as developed of a country as Drake is, there's essentially like guarded rest stops and stuff like that that people can take. It's nothing too fancy, but it's at least the King's Guardsmen that are posted watch at different areas for people. So you're able to get an easy and safe night's rest on your way to Dragul, or on your way to Long, and then eventually on your way to Dragul. As night falls, and everyone finds comfort in either sleeping in the cart or pulling out their sleeping bags and sleeping under a tarp
Oh.
tent.
Actually, I have a spell for this.
Okay.
Is Eddie considered a large creature or?
I'm large, yes.
Oh boy. Alright, buddy, I don't think you'll be able to fit in this, unfortunately.
No. Well, I'll still eat with my cart then.
Sorry.
I'll sleep out there.
No, thank you, Linus. I'd enjoy the company.
But I can fit up to 9 creatures in here, medium or smaller. As I cast Tiny Hut.
That's an
Nice.
That's
8 hours, right?
8 hours.
8 hours, yeah.
Wow.
Enough for a long rest.
Let's see, does a large take up basically 3 creatures worth?
Large would take up 2.
Take up 2? He
Mhm.
technically can fit in there.
It only if a larger creature adds
Or, sorry,
goes
no,
into
large.
it, then the spell fails.
Large takes up 4
Oh,
medium spots.
okay.
Sorry. Large
Okay.
takes 4 medium spots.
It's an 8 or it's a 10-foot.
Okay. Well, I have first watch anyway, so I'm
Radius.
staying out with him. So.
Oh, you don't have to do a watch again. You're essentially at a guard spot.
Oh, okay.
Again, with as developed as Drake is, there's not too much untamed wilderness.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
real
so
quick,
yes.
That's a long rest
they're,
first, then?
they're at the rest stop. Is there basically like a mail system there?
You could probably talk to one of the guards and see if they have a messenger.
Okay, I'm gonna take them to do that.
Okay. Just approach one of the basic guards. Yeah, you come up on a looks to be a human male, kind of in half plate.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Is there any possibility that you might have a messenger here at this rest stop, or way to take in? Like, if I was to take him write a letter, send it to send it.
Yeah. It would cost you 2 copper.
That's fine.
Okay.
Alright, so I'm gonna take in. Be back in a minute. I'm gonna take in. I'm gonna go get a piece of paper and quickly write out a letter to Kyle.
Okay.
I'm gonna be like, I'm in Drake. There's some weird shit going on here. I need all information that the monastery can take and give me about the occurrences of involving dark, ichor, inky, blackness, hunger, food. Like just all the adjectives that were used. And I'm gonna be like, trying to keep up with my training as much as I can. Any help would be appreciated. Been sent by AG on a secret mission. P.S. Any additional information on Asia de Leon would be appreciated.
Amber alert.
And I take him.
Here, hold on. Let's.
Sorry.
Yeah, if your phones aren't already muted, you're now fixing to get Amber alerts.
Mine's muted. I got it first.
And I
I
take
disabled my
and I,
Amber alert because it was getting annoying.
fold it up, send it off, and
Yeah, I mean, you hand it off to the guard and he gets it to a messenger. It may take a day or so, but we can get a messenger to take it out for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any in particular area?
Let's start with the Golden Dragon Temple here in Dragul.
Okay.
And additionally, I'm going to take in right on there to Kyle Door Puncher for your eyes only, and take and just put that on there.
Okay. We'll get that out as fast as we can.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And with that, he nods his head and puts it in his bag and continues on his guard duty.
Go back to Indian Road.
Okay. So, with that, you would still be well within your 8 hours of sleep.
Okay.
Maybe being slightly woken to be moved into the hut if you want to sleep in the hut. But everyone finds at least comfort in the end of the day. Does anyone want to do anything before they go to bed?
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. So, you each quickly find slumber after the vigorous activity of the day. And I will need Strella, Evangeline, and Lioness to make me wisdom saves.
Here we go.
Alright, boys. Let's go.
That's cards. So that's a 12?
12?
Mhm.
Yep. Linus?
I think it's 12.
6.
And Strella.
19.
19. Alright. So, as each of you fall asleep,
No, that is not a 12. That is a 15.
so, as each of you fall asleep, Strella dreams what Strella dreams. However, each of you wake up in a black, ichor-filled void.
Oh.
No.
So all 4 of y'all.
It's an automatic fail for these two.
Oh, okay.
And Evangeline and Linus both failed to save. You
So-
look around and you see this black ichor-like void that is moving around you and wriggling.
Oh
Almost
shit,
like
here we
it's
go again.
Here we go again. Here we go.
Sucker flame.
Each of you look around.
See the ichor tickling.
Do you try to cast a Do you try to cast a spell?
I'm just
I'm tempted to.
being
Do
facetious.
you cast a spell?
Do it.
At the thing?
Do it.
Sure. Sacred flame, let's
Why
go.
the fuck not?
It's a cantrip, so you know.
boy.
I didn't think I'm
Oh,
dreaming, so
shit.
why the hell not?
So, you cast Sacred Flame, and as the green flare quickly glows, it's almost as if it's enveloped by the ichor itself and dissipates. As you wonder what happened to your spell, each of you look around in this void and eventually see each other. I need each of you to make me a con save.
God damn it.
Roll, you will automatically fail this,
Fuck.
as you are already taken by the hunger.
What's the other
Okay.
card?
God damn it.
That's a nat 20.
Yes.
Alright. Evangeline.
12.
Linus. 4. So, roll. As you are an automatic fail on this because you're
Oh,
already
Jesus.
taken by it.
Yeah.
You start to feel this empty pit in your stomach, followed by Evangeline and then Linus, feeling as if you haven't eaten in days to weeks and almost months. Victorian, you feel the sensation that you failed to last time, but it dissipates. And as the hunger starts to take, I need Evangeline, Linus, and Rolt to roll me an intelligence save.
Oh
Holy shit.
Guys, I'm sleeping. I'm dreaming about snake
You know
girls.
what?
Yeah, you're having a nice dream right now.
Okay. Oh,
That is a dirty 20.
Okay?
17.
Okay?
Your dice like me.
12.
A lot more than mine do.
12.
I'm getting yours jokes.
You each, while feeling that hunger pit in your stomach, are keeping at least your mental faculties and can recognize each other. Linus, however, starts to get a glazed look in his eye,
Ooh,
as
feeling.
if to look at a meal being laid in front of him.
Linus.
Linus.
You try to speak, but your voice is swallowed by the void.
Shit. Forgot about that.
It's been how many?
And as Linus's hunger reaches a point and he no longer recognizes each of you, a voice reverberates. As Linus
Cover my ears immediately.
lunges towards everybody, but just before he makes contact with anyone, you are each snapped awake as the sun is currently shining and the hut has dissipated.
Me? Huh?
through.
I need the 4 of you to make me perception checks.
Oh, I think I'm actually good at these.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
18.
13.
Die roll.
That's an 8.
Oh, that's an 8.
Oh,
It's like-
I looked at it, I was like, is that a die
Okay,
roll?
so, everyone, but eventually when you wake up, you notice that either your sleeping bag or pillow or even part of the ground around you has a chunk taking out of it, including you.
What?
I really hope we can beat this thing and kill it.
Evangeline doesn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary when she wakes up.
I really hope we can beat this thing and kill it. Brutally. Let's torture it.
I'm sleeping away from y'all.
Let's torture it.
The grave cleric.
Wait,
You're right, Linus.
Naughty. Very much not alright.
I don't think any of us are.
John, Molly,
I'm gonna.
They're slowly waking up.
I look around them. Do I see any chunks missing?
Not from them.
Okay.
But you do notice it from your sleeping bag.
Okay.
And when John wakes up, as he's kind of waking up before Molly, he kind of turns to her and goes, "Hey, can you scoot over? You're kind of taking more of the sleeping bag." And Molly turns the other way to scoot over. And John's going to look at you and go, "Hide it." As each of you have now fully awoken from your sleep, Eddie looking over to you and kind of looking around. We're gonna have to find some way to fix the chip in my wagon now.
Bending.
I'm
As
gonna round
part
it.
of
I
the 3
think
foot
I'll take
wall,
it
you
out.
have a small chunk of wood that's gone out.
And I from the inside of my mouth, I pull a freaking splinter.
Ow!
Ow!
Do I see everyone's chunk missing or?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. I'm forgetting my modifiers.
The main ones that you would see, well, you wouldn't be able to notice Linus's issue
Yes,
because.
that's fine.
So I take and
I don't see shit.
Nope.
I take and I hop down and go over where Victorian cast the hut.
I was gonna say it's dissipated at this point.
Right, but like, because
Yeah, the area that they were at.
Yeah.
I think only 3 of y'all, because I didn't sleep in the hut because. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah. So how's everyone's night? Oh dear lord, never mind.
Yeah.
John's gonna look at you and go, "Well, I slept fine."
Well, that's.
Molly's gonna look up and go, "Yeah, it was alright."
I'm gonna look at everyone else. Just by their own actual faces, just.
Oh, I slept pretty good. Thank
Well,
you
that-
for asking.
Oh, that was meant for everyone, Eddie.
Well, still, thank you for asking.
No problem. Though it seems that my fellow party members don't seem to be.
It's happened.
I'm gonna insight check that, or did you just?
It's
tell-
happened.
It happened.
So are
That's
you just
what
straight
I'm
up
just.
telling him?
I'm straight up telling him.
Okay.
Telling her it happened.
Oh dear.
Again.
To all 4 of us.
Oh dear.
I know I was joking about cannibalism before, but
Let's
there
not
needs to be a
make-
line drawn.
That's what I
Is
say.
it
Molly
right
pipes up
line?
cannibalism?
Don't worry about it
Nothing
for now.
about. She's making a joke.
Grave
Yeah.
cleric humor, Molly. Grave cleric humor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
John's gonna like go, "Why don't we go get some fresh water for everyone, Molly?" And Molly agrees, and they start to walk off. John's gonna look back
I
at you,
immediately-
specifically at you, and go,
I immediately put my arm around Evangeline, like, you need to watch your mouth!
It's fine. I've made jokes before about cannibalism. It's fine.
Evie, darling, can I call you Evie? Evie, you need to stop making these jokes!
It's fine.
"Everyone, roll me a perception check."
That's cocked.
I'm too busy doing this.
That was even worse.
Dire
Oh shit.
Die roll.
Dire roll.
Die roll. Die roll. Die roll. Dire roll.
It's an 8.
It's an 8.
It's an 8.
All right.
Oh, don't talk about 8.
So, yeah, you're too busy waking up. What did you roll?
Not surprised.
A 9.
Linus?
12.
Victorian.
6.
19.
19. All right. So,
How fitting. How fucking fitting.
Yep.
y'all
I'm sitting here
wanted,
like,
listen,
Went through some trauma, son.
y'all wanted to roll low.
Oh.
Strella, you can smell from a campsite over some breakfast food that's starting to be cooked.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
The rest of your party hasn't noticed it yet.
We should go that way, and I'm just gonna point like general direction of away from the smell.
So
Can I
like,
smell?
to the road,
Yeah.
essentially?
We should.
Essentially, it's a
start-
faint smell that's wafting in the wind that you caught before others have.
Yeah. Just. Perhaps we should move immediately. Eddie,
Yes.
can you get the car, please?
I'm sure I can. And so he runs over to the cart.
Wait, can I still see Molly and John?
Yeah, they're coming back with a small bucket of water.
I'm gonna immediately use psychic whispers on John. Just,
Okay.
just
Oh,
6 hours. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh God, poor boy.
I'm immediately gonna turn, and the first thing he's gonna feel is just like a push in his head, and I'm just gonna say, "Do not." I can smell. I'm gonna make eye contact with him, and I'm just gonna say, "I smell food. All four of them are affected with that curse. I smell food. We need to move them away from it immediately."
Oh, okay. And at this point, Eddie is starting to walk back towards the main road with the cart, and you could just kind of hear John look to Molly and go, "Race you to the cart," and then he's gonna talk back to you telepathically. Tell Eddie to move fast so that we don't catch up so quickly.
Yep. And I choose him again, and it's 6 hours still. So, Eddie, I smell food.
Oh God, what is it?
I'm just gonna immediately. He's gonna feel that push in where I'm like generally connected to.
Oh God, not again.
Eddie, it's me.
Oh, hello.
Eddie, move the cart as quickly.
You actually hear him in his mind go, "Oh no, not again."
Eddie,
Again? Wait,
Eddie,
what?
Eddie, I can hear you. It's me, Strella.
Hi, Strella.
Hello. Move the cart as fast as you can away from the food I can smell.
All right. And with that, you see dirt getting kicked up as he's.
And then I'm gonna
moving.
go ahead and push Rod. Rod, we should get started moving as well as everyone.
Yes, the
Yes.
day is young when we have plenty of mouths to cover. You're right, you're right.
Yes. And then I'm just gonna stare at everyone.
Yeah, someone for some coffee, but alright.
Okay.
Make me a cons or a wisdom save as you mentioned coffee. And
That would be his normal thought in the
the
morning.
three of you make me a perception check.
Please roll up, please roll up.
All right,
That's
what's
a
it? Wisdom
7.
save? Yes, wisdom save for you.
All three of you are bitches.
Ooh, for a total of.
Yikes. Ooh, for a total.
And what's the
of
perception
yikes.
checks?
6.
7.
15.
All right, so the two of you don't hear him saying coffee under his breath. However, Rolt does. I need you to make me a wisdom save.
Sorry, buddy.
As Linus starts to glaze over with his eyes.
Yikers.
13.
And Rolt follows suit.
Damn it.
Good.
Me.
And as this happens, John, kind of seeing the signs, basically goats Molly into running faster. The two of you make me perception checks.
Which two?
The two who are currently glazed over with the eyes.
Great.
Oh no.
This is either going to be really good or really bad.
That's not good.
Is it perception again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
When you want to roll low.
It's 19.
22.
So,
No, you don't.
the
You didn't need
two of you hear
No, I
the
was
voice
just
that
saying
you
22.
heard in the void last night. This time it's a little bit louder and clearer. And your eyes instinctually follow towards it as you hear. As you look back towards the road. And while you can see Eddie off to the side as well as the mule twins, or mule siblings running, the two of you see an emaciated form standing in the street.
Do you see him too?
Neither of you can speak at this moment.
Oh, okay.
You are essentially hungry beasts that have been distracted.
Okay.
The emaciated form with the wriggling flesh moving across its body points once again to the horizon. Both of you make me intelligence checks.
I'm gonna need a dire.
I was gonna tell him, but yeah. Go ahead. 15?
15? Alright.
Dire
roll! Dire roll! Dire rote! Dire rote! Dire rote! 11. Alright, so it'll still just count as a nat 1.
Okay.
Again, you are too consumed by your hunger to even
Intelligence checks.
fathom where he's pointing.
Same.
Linus, you get the sense that it's at least northwest of here.
Shit.
And as he points...
Is that where you're not allowed to go?
No, that's northeast.
Oh, thank God. Okay. I got my map flipped.
Which one?
As he points off into the horizon, his fingers shakily extending from his emaciated frame. It's strange because it looks like he's staring at one of you, but both of you at the same time.
Ew.
And this time it's slightly different. The form doesn't just vanish. Instead, this time, it's almost as if it leaps into your vision. And just as you almost get the whiff of the smell of decay and digested material,
Ew, gross.
it vanishes. Mere inches from your face.
It's like a jump scare.
And insert Five Nights at Freddy jump scare here. And with that,
Did you see that too?
the glazed look in your eyes fade. As you are left with an almost debilitating hunger in your stomach.
Do we notice this?
Nope. You rolled too low on the perception check.
That's a
You
good
saw
thing.
him too this time. He didn't jump at me like that last time. Or maybe he did.
I wouldn't have signed up for this shit if I'd known it was gonna be this. I should be used to this coming from the swamps, but I'm not.
Did you see which way he pointed this time at least?
Would I like be able to point like the general direction?
Yeah, you would be able to point northwest.
Yeah, I'll take that. I'll mimic the direction.
It looks like northwest here.
Well, at least you remember this time.
I'm guessing I'm gonna have to be eating lunch alone, guys.
Don't mention that, sorry.
Just rat just going.
Yeah, just.
Just a full live rat goes in the snake gullet.
The fuck? Okay.
Did you know I'm part snake?
I don't know. I don't think my character knows
No,
that yet.
None of
None of
you
our
know.
characters know.
None of the characters know.
We gotta figure out something to do with this.
Mhm.
And fast.
I'm just sitting here scolding even
Am I getting the
Just like
sense that something's going on with those two?
Roll me an insight check.
I'm
I'll let you do it with advantage since you're kind of
Since
more aware of the situation.
since Rote and I are like a group.
19.
19? Yeah, you can tell there's a shared experience they just had.
Oh dear. I have to deal with all of them in this one. What happens with me? Anyway,
I'm gonna,
so.
real quick, are Rote and I like further back from the rest of everybody?
Vaguely, you can slow down compared to everybody else trying to catch up with Eddie.
I want to slow down just a little bit. I know you care about them, but maybe the safest place they'll be is if you let them go.
Where though? Obviously this is affecting the entire island, and who's to say it won't spread?
You gotta figure something out, man. I know you care about them.
Where do I even send them? How do I send them back?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
We gotta figure out something. Had I taken my, kind of pick up pace and meet up with everybody else.
And as you meet back up with the main group and continue on down the road, surprisingly, the next day of travel comes a lot easier, including sleep. Doesn't seem to have any effect like it did prior. And eventually you find yourself coming along a sign that tells you that the next coming up city is Lung, and that it's not too far from where you're at. As it's roughly about 4 p.m., you can see in the distance, with the sun being more set, you can see what looks to be dancing lights off in the distance. But as you come closer, you can see plumes of smoke. And as Lung comes into sight, it's ablaze.
Oh no.
You see people panicking.
I go catatonic.
Everyone give me a perception check, except for Victorin.
That'll work.
Oh shit!
Dude, that was
Okay.
with force.
Dirty 20.
26.
Evangeline?
Dire roll.
Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll. Dire roll.
I don't think we need a counter. I don't even think we need a counter at this
I was
point.
gonna say, here we go. Let's see what we got.
Come on.
Somebody in the chat can go and keep it up.
Oh, that was
I was
so
almost
close.
in that one.
That was so close.
What do we got?
13.
13. All right.
It was almost in that
That
one.
one.
It
So
went right off of
you
it.
can at least see that the place is still ablaze. You're catatonic.
Uh-huh.
Natural 20 for a total of 26.
26. All right. So, Rolt, Strella, and Linus.
I'm at 7 right
You
now. on the
see-
diner rolls.
The chaos that comes with a town ablaze. But it looks, as you can see, there's a few people on the outskirts trying to run. They look panicked, but it looks like they're not part of the same group. As there's roughly 6 people, as 3 of them lunge onto 3 others and begin ripping them apart.
Shit. How far
Their
away are they?
teeth dipping in. This is roughly about 100 feet
Jesus.
out of town.
Oh no.
But they don't look undead.
God.
And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Oh no.
Next session, we'll be starting an initiative.
You know,
But
all the jokes about cannibalism are jokes.
before we end tonight's session, I do want to let everybody know that this next week we will not be having a session, as we will be having roughly half of our group out of town for an event. We will postpone until the following Saturday. Do be looking forward to the VOD of this session coming out onto YouTube. Hopefully YouTube doesn't fight me as much as it did this week, so that way I can get it out properly on Monday. But thank each and every one of you for stopping by and watching.
2 of those were mine,
And
I think.
let's see where this chaos goes.
Oh boy.
No, I did not eat
Have a good
that
night.
in there.